dust on a cracked old road. Hat tilted forward, shadows that load. Eyes burn deep like a fire untamed. The nation he loved now barely the same. A voice like thunder, he calls out the lie. Where did the promise go? Why did all die? He holds up the past like a mirror of truth. The ghost of our father screams for our youth. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage.
We'll be kicking this off here pretty soon. Once Emmett is finished over there, we'll have an open panel for you folks. Just hold out a little bit, and we will get going. Good to see you. Maybe we can have some good conversations tonight. Hopefully, we'll see what we can find out here. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. It'll be a little bit of fun, right? Should be good. I hope you're all well this fine evening. It's been a bit of a week. Don't know if anybody noticed. Beth had Bob, the same very Bob that we, oh, I didn't realize that music's still playing. Weird. Give me just a second. I will be back. Give me a moment.
I'll snatch his thoughts out of the air from his mind. My body had a physical reaction. He choked. But he has the physical bodily fortitude of a gorilla. So he survived. He survived. He survived. Gorilla mind. 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 Hey, darling. Gorilla Mind. Gorilla Mind. Gorilla Mind. Gorilla Mind. Gorilla Mind. I'll snatch his thoughts out of the air from his mind. My body had a physical reaction. He choked. But he has the physical bodily fortitude of a gorilla. So he survived, he survived, he survived. Gorilla Mind. 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 Hey, darling.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's one of my favorites, Gorilla Mind. It's a good one. It's just a good one. All right. Okay, so how are we this fine evening? I hope everybody's doing well. I know there isn't many people here yet, but look, Emmett's going to be ending soon, and he said he'd like a panel. So here I am. Here I am to provide a good panel space to play, have conversations. And boy, oh boy, was that quite the conversation over at Emmett's, I think. So, I figure, I can provide that space. We can have good chats about all the things And, you know, maybe I can do some planning. I've been thinking about it. Like I might have that Bob kid on, I think. Because I need to have a conversation with him, I think. It seems he's lacking understanding in the things that he's claiming and or talking about. He he claims to be a philosophy bro, and his channel's based on philosophy, but he seems to think that Andrew didn't understand what he was talking to him about, which is really bizarre to me. There's a level of, I get it and you don't, and it's weird when you're like 22 years old, and don't get me wrong, I remember being 22. I'm sure most of us do. But like, at 22, you know enough to survive, but you don't know very much. You just don't. And even if you're educated in all kinds of things, whether it's college or say some kind of trade, you still aren't like high intellect. You know, I mean, like, so it's funny that he makes all these claims and yeah, exactly, Blood Logos. I would agree with that. There's a certain level of adolescence at 22 to think that you know way more than you do. And as you age, you realize you know far less than you thought you knew until you reach a point where you're like, shit, I don't know anything. I should just keep learning. And that kid seems to lack understanding in word meanings as well as semantic usage. Like in normal conversation, if you make a qualifying answer, right? Like Andrew's no, I've never treated men like she treats women, or I've never treated women like she treats men, or whatever. That qualifying answer isn't the full totality of the answer. It's a qualifier. And this is how regular speech works. Now, I don't know that at 22 I would have thought the way that he does. Now, obviously, at 22, that was almost 20 years ago, basically 20 years ago, we didn't have this internet. We didn't have this sphere or this space the way that we do now. And so everything was in-person communication mostly. And so, but it just bugs me because there's a certain level of like, well, I don't think it changes the meaning at all. But Andrew is saying, obviously it changes it. And everybody who watched the original footage says that it changed the meaning. And I can't look at what happened and think that he didn't know by cutting that off. He was completely changing the messaging, right? Like, Andrew never said, no, I've never treated a woman badly. His answer was, no, I've never treated a man like you, or I've never treated a woman like you treat men. Like, that's a qualifier. The no is, no, I don't treat women like you treat men. It's not a, no, I don't treat women bad. And even at that, I don't think Andrew treats women bad. I think that Andrew's just willing to chew out people in a straightforward, honest manner, right? Like, if you're acting a fool and you're doing stupid things, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Hello, Matt. Welcome in. It's just, there's a certain level of like a lack of understanding of how natural communication works. And then because of that, you're justifying an action that seems to be, at the very least, completely disingenuous. And like when Andrew says he wanted to prove that the kid was lying, it's like, yeah, I think that that's the only thing you could take from it. The maliciousness behind each action leading up to the debate with Andrew was like a series of malicious intent, each one. Then he gets to this point where he's debating whether or not he lied with Andrew, and it's like, I don't know how it's not. Like, you cut that no, knowing that there was more to the sentence. And then, like today, I don't know if any of you watched, but today he was on Beth's channel, um, Cultural Corrections, and he basically had a whole bunch of all of them over there sticking up for him because they are sour at Andrew for whichever reason from the past. And the truth is that, like, regardless of whether or not you have bad interactions with Andrew in the past, objectively, it seems to me that that was a dishonest move. Like, you can't look at the totality of that interaction and then watch that Bob's clip and say that seemed legitimate. Like, I can't. It's unnatural to me to think after watching the first interaction and then his clip that he wasn't seeking to dishonestly paint Andrew in a light that he wasn't. And then if we go furthermore, right? Furthermore, how are you going to use Urban Dictionary and then claim that it's the correct definition when that's a slang-based dictionary, specifically for when words are being used on the street in a way that you don't understand? That's the whole meaning and usage of it. And then everybody keeps saying, well, it's the same difference in that one as it is in the other one. No, it's not. One says it's doing something and telling other people not to. That's what the Urban Dictionary said, which is a silly statement in the first place, because the common usage for hypocrite, all of the time that we've been around on this earth, maybe not at its origin, right? Not in the biblical times, but in our lifetimes, hypocrite has literally meant that if you hold a belief or claim to hold a belief and then act outside of that belief or act outside of the structure of the thing that you've claimed, then you're a hypocrite. It's not the same as just, I did this one thing and told somebody else not to. That's not hypocrisy. And so the claim that Andrew was acting hypocritically when he's saying that people shouldn't offend one group and expect theirs not to be offended, that's not hypocrisy. In fact, he's accusing the other parties of being hypocritical and that they are not being accountable for their own hypocrisy. And when you look at the lefties, they can't even see that they're being hypocritical in those actions. If you believe that no one should have to be offended by things, and then you turn around and offend willingly, but then have this outrage every single time somebody insults or offends you, the whatever group, the LGBT or the whatever, right? You're going to claim that you shouldn't offend them. Well, then if you're going to claim that, and then you're going to make all these other claims, then don't be surprised when people are completely willing to offend your whatever preferred group because you're completely willing to offend theirs. Like, fair is fair. You want fair treatment, then you'll get it. I don't think it was a debate. I mean, there was a debate. Not this debate. Not the one today, Matt. That one was, today's was different. But it was similar, right? Because the guy he debated today, much like Bob, seems to have a twisted understanding of what words mean. And because he has this leftist, twisted version, he believes words can mean anything. And they don't have any particularly locked meaning. They can change at any time. And because of that, he can make whatever claim he wants. He can say a bunch of stuff that doesn't even make sense. And it's like, well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with saying something it's not? Words can mean different things. I can just say whatever. No, you can't, because that's not effective communication. Words have meanings. Stop shifting the meanings of the words so far that they no longer mean anything. Because you're breaking down all of society by doing that. Now, I am well aware that words change meaning over time. That happens. Words change meaning over time because society changes over time.
This is the old map, which is probably Bangkok.
But that doesn't mean you force the change based on your own whims whenever you want, because the rest of the society won't follow it. And that's what the left has done a lot lately, right? They keep shifting the meanings of words at their own discretion, regardless of whether or not it's natural. And most of society is in rebellion against it because, well, it doesn't mean what they say it means. That, and I have to wonder, how can you be 22 years old, have a YouTube channel for philosophy, and you think that Urban Dictionary is as legitimate as Webster's or Oxford? In what world do you think Urban is just like the brand, Urban's Dictionary? It's not. It's not the same thing. And when you look at it, if you really think about it too, like 22 years old, this is somebody who was born in the early 2000s. Like, it's 2025, 2026, right? 2026. So somebody who's 22 was born, what, in 2004? They weren't even born yet when, like, 9/11 happened. They weren't even here. They have no idea. It's literally a completely different world to them than it is to you. And it's kind of scary to me when I watch these kinds of interactions, because there's a certain level of holy smokes. There's an entire generation that may think things like the Urban Dictionary is just a dictionary. It's just the normal dictionary, and you can find the meaning of everything there, and it's fine. You can communicate the way that the left does. You can just change the meaning of words whenever you want. Like, that's a bizarre world to live in. And it seems to me that I'm seeing it more and more from young people. Basically, people in their, I don't know, early 30s and younger. There's like a level of completely disconnectedness from the reality that I see. Unless they're like conservative in the church, or, actually grounded individuals, both morally grounded and reality grounded, right? And it's freaking me out. It's freaking me out that that a huge portion of our society is super disconnected. Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Blood logos that Zoomers are looking to be more conservative. The question I would ask is, what does conservatism mean to them, though? And how do we know? Are we talking about their values are more conservative? Or was the quiz just, are you more conservative or more left-leaning? Because I'd like to see how we know they're more conservative, and in what ways, right? It's yeah, you did say right wing. Good point. Good point. Okay, so they're more Republican leaning. I don't know. It's a scary thought to see things like a 22-year-old debating like an actual decent conservative debater like Andrew, and this kid is saying Andrew doesn't get it. He must be, unable to understand. And then today he's on Beth's claiming that Andrew was making logical fallacy after logical fallacy when they were in a debate together, and Andrew couldn't seem to grasp the basic principles of the philosophy he was talking about and all this stuff. And I'm like, is that really what you felt and saw when you were in this debate? Because I think to everyone who watched it, they realize you got smashed, and you were lacking the understanding. The reasoning hit, you didn't grasp it, and then you act with indignance and outrage like Andrew didn't get it. All the while, he got it, and it was obvious Andrew got it, because then he was being a smartass about it throughout. And yet, Bob didn't seem to notice. So, like, there's a level of missing all the social cues, and at the same time as missing all the social cues, also thinking that he is smarter, understands more philosophy, and that Andrew was lost and completely lost the debate. It's a wild take. Like, that's literally what Bob thinks happened. So I've been thinking about inviting him on to have an actual talk with him. They talked with him today, but it didn't feel substantive, because some people went up to argue with him and that ended up in just blast out fighting. And some people just pumped him up and made him feel good. Like he beat him and like, so I don't know. I have been thinking about having him on and either arguing with him or just having a talk. Like, do you really think this is what happened? Can you explain how you think he didn't get it? And maybe help Bob understand what actually happened? I don't know. You guys will have to let me know what you think. I don't know. It's a bizarre thing to me. So. And I don't want to try to clip into Emmett. I'm just trying to be here because Emmett wanted to do an open panel after, and he wanted to have it over here. So figured we can talk more about the women's opinions shouldn't matter outside of relationship issues. Because he's having that debate over there on his channel. And then people can come over here and chit chat about it. I'm not sure, Uncle Fatty. I haven't read through it yet, man. So I wouldn't give an opinion unless I've read it and actually know what I'm giving an opinion on. Yeah, I mean, that's the trend.
What? Bro, I'm not even mad about that. Gather around my legs. But like, that's stuff that nothing is left.
Yeah, I'll have to read through it and see what all.
That's just like, and the yellow and black code that was really throwing me off when I was trying to read that, and I was thinking it was like purpose or something that's just really throwing me off. And it was English.
I mean, this plays into some of the stuff I was just talking about, though. Like, the language is being used as a weapon on all sides all the time. And if you don't guard your mind and pay attention, you won't know what's happening. So, yeah, fun times. Fun times.
That would be very
Hmm.
No, don't be like that. Let me see. It is. It's accurate because that's the same card as earlier. Where I just went to the wrong continent. Oh my gosh.
I think the fear comes when people think, well, what are they going to label as Antifa, right?
But I'm still in the right country. Why did you guess so fast? I thought it had to be the gun, and then it didn't take gun.
I mean, there's a certain level of truth to the fact that the world has tended towards gynocentrism, Uncle Fatty, but I think that's because of choice making and grounding of people.
I almost did.
I think that there's a tendency in the modern world to for men specifically,
I went where I
to play by the rules implemented. And the rules that have been implemented repeatedly have tended towards like feminism, basically. And so you can't lead if the world forces you to push or step away or step to the side. So, and I think there's huge danger in that, like huge danger. So, sorry, excuse me. Cough, cough. But I think that the actions of Antifa have been like pretty nasty on their face, especially the organization that actually sets up protests where they plan to block and rile and do damage to local buildings and people and everything else. So there's like a weird thing that I've seen in our world recently where there's like an idea, but then they name a movement after the idea, and then they utilize that movement to commit acts that are outside of legal or outside of any semblance of moral actions. So then they tie those things to the idea and they act like, oh, it's just an idea rather than an organization. And in reality, we know it's an organization with back channel communications that are meant to disrupt and cause damage. So, I don't know. I'll read through it later and get an idea of what we're looking at. But for now,
British car.
I'd like people to chill on things. It'd be nice.
Why'd you do
It'd be nice.
British. That's not the right color.
Yeah, well, and that's the other thing. I don't. That's an unacceptable action to report somebody who you know has done nothing wrong other than hold different opinions than you or a different belief system than you, which I don't actually have any numbers in front of me, but from anything I've ever seen, the only false reporting that I see in that manner comes from like extreme lefties.
Keep left.
Like, I don't see people in the conservative movement for the most part even doing those kinds of actions, like false calls or false actions or allegations against people, not in the general populace. Now, they might say rude things, but like they don't call the freaking FBI or SWAT teams or anything like that on people. Like that's wild. That could be life ending. Like that action should be seen as so freaking serious because you may have just ended somebody's life by making those calls. Good to see you, Red Door Woman. Welcome in. Good evening, good evening.
-777. What? It's probably from that last box. I lost like all my help.
Yeah, well, that's the game. That's always the game. Vague language, twisting of words. Seems like a lot of people don't have any foresight either. Can you look into the future 5 years, 10 years, 20 years and ask, what will others do with this thing? You know, I don't know. I think there's a, I don't know, man. I think there's a level of blindness in this world. Is Emmett wrapping up, I wonder? I don't know. What else is going on? Have you guys seen anything interesting in the space, in the
Did you see that writing?
sphere?
See that writing?
I saw NPC had his awards.
Not Romania, but maybe Bulgaria or Lithuania. Is the car still unstable or what?
Good to see you too, not Voltaire.
Wait, if it was Ukraine, I thought it was the other. And I think, which tells me Bulgaria. There was English too, which that had English and
Uncle Fatty, is that legit? Like, do we have evidence, or has it just been reported that way?
Is it glitched out? Serbia.
Well, see, Red Door Woman, that seems to be the case these days. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what the awards, I don't know how it went. I don't know who won what or who even voted, so. I know I was in the running for some stuff. I don't know how it went, though. I'll say that I have an extremely negative view of feminism in general, and there's plenty of reasons for it, whether it's in my own life or just in what I see in the world. But the actions that have been taken, I think, are they report or act as though it's one thing, but from its inception, it was not that thing. And there's been a through line that has been destructive, like across the board, that's left us in shambles, not just as a country, but like the whole of the West has just been toppled by some of the ideas that have been cooked through that system. So and it takes being honest about it, like looking at the situation and saying, wow, this is probably not good. Oh, look, this did a lot of damage here. Oh, look. People can't find a mate. People can't get married and have children. And it's because of these ideas that are getting pumped into people's heads. And they're buying them up. And then, you degrade the entirety of the system. And then I don't know, man. It is just, it's hard to look at everything going on in the world or in your own country and feel like, man, this is recoverable. Well, we got this. We can fix it. We can get things back to functioning. Like, not to say that I don't think it's worth the effort. It's just disheartening at so many points, right? Like, and then I talk to guys in their 20s and 30s, and the hopelessness is crazy because there's so many. Oh, thank you, Kokomo. Over on Emmett's. That's awesome. I don't know if Kokomo's here as well. Usually he is, but.
No. Station, Brussels, maybe. What?
Yeah, well, I think it's just disheartening in general. Like, everybody hates everybody. Nobody will talk to anybody. There's no bridges built. Now, granted, that doesn't mean you have to change your standards to try to communicate with others, but like, holy smokes. I can condemn somebody's worldview and ideology and still try to have a conversation because there's a certain level of, if I understand, then I can decide if I'm going to write that idea off or converse with it or something like that. But I don't think you can convince people or bring people to your way of thinking if you don't have the conversations with them. You just can't. And so there's a level of communication that has to be had. And I think sometimes us versus them is justified, but you need to make sure that it's justified before you get to that point, right? So,
I don't mean it, but it's one of these that
I don't know.
red and white one instead of going. If Malaysia is the one that had the star and white stripes,
That's fair, not Voltaire. That's part of it, right? The overabundance of ego and self-worship is at a level currently, and I'm sure it's been there all the time, but it seems greater today than it was while I was growing up, that's for sure. It seems like everybody's just so, I don't know, so filled with self-righteous selfishness that,
we're on all sides.
I don't know, it's gross to me.
Look at no. Are we the single person? Wait, look at that. Holy shit, go that way. Go. Don't you dare flip off
See,
that. I want to see this.
I love that red door woman.
That is
I've been married coming up on 18 years here, and it's been an awesome time. I just see the world outside of my house and go, damn, this sucks. The way that things are sucks. That's true, Uncle Fatty. Or, yeah, that's true. I mean, there used to be a level of agree to disagree, but we don't have to, like, hate and try to destroy each other over it. And yet, today, it seems like that divide is so massive that you can't even talk to them. You can't even talk to, and when I say them, I just mean whoever is the person that doesn't completely agree with you. Like, I'm usually willing to have a conversation with just about anybody. And most of the people I know are like that. They're willing to just talk to anybody. But if I espouse, here's a for instance, if I espouse the fact that I'm a Christian, in most cases, it's whatever, people are like, okay, cool, whatever. Especially in the real world, outside of the internet land. But in the internet land, there's plenty of people, especially on the left, just to be fair, that will attack me just because of that. Because it's stupid to believe in God, because I must be an idiot who doesn't believe that scientific advancement's important, or something like that. If I talk about being married for 18 years, and that I think that that's the right path, that a man should find a woman and make children and continue their family line, then I might get shit from somebody, again, usually on the left, who it thinks that immediately I'm their enemy because I'm a married man with kids, and I think that that's the best course forward. Like, and sometimes they'll have conversations, but sometimes they'll just seek to destroy, and it's like, why? Why? And I'm sure both sides have their extreme parts, but like, I think it's a stupid thing. I think that we should cast down bad ideas and bad ideology, but you got to do it through the better means. Does that mean there's no time for other types of action, sure, probably. But I think that people miss the fact that it's better to not have to resort to that. I don't think anybody actually wants what they think they want half the time. People are like, oh, it's getting close to civil war. Let's do it. Let's do it. It's like, I don't think you actually want that. I think you might think you do, but you don't. And if it came, you're really not going to want it. So, I don't know. It's wild to me. Welcome in, Mo. Welcome in. Just random stuff, Mo. Random stuff. I opened up a live because I was going to do an open panel. I still am, I think. Emmett's finishing up a debate on his channel between Marte and the Aftermath. And I was communicating with him, and he's like, yeah, I'm not going to do an after panel. You should open one. And he'll probably join, so we could do an after panel and talk about things. I can open it now if you guys want, and then when he gets done, he can come over, and the debaters probably will come over as well and chit-chat, but yeah, let's talk. Mo, I saw you were over on Speakeasies for the after panel for that debate too. I didn't get to watch that debate though. I was too busy until just a little bit ago. So, and earlier I was talking about the Bob who was chatting with Andrew and how he used the Urban Dictionary as his primary source for that, proving Andrew was a hypocrite. And it's like, dude, first of all, it's the wrong definition. And he's like, they're the same in essence. And I'm like, they're not the same in essence. One says, if you do a thing and condemn somebody else for doing that thing, that's being a hypocrite. But in reality, that's not the case, because if you're a smoker and you tell kids not to smoke, that's not hypocrisy. The truth is, it's more like you claim to hold a value of some kind. Like saying, I don't smoke and you shouldn't either, but actually being a smoker, that's hypocrisy and a lie. So, and just like today's debate, Andrew debated, the guy he was talking to kept like using words and then expecting that you can use them whichever way you choose. You don't have to use them by their meaning. And then it's like, well, if you can just use words completely disconnected from their meaning as whatever you want, then they mean nothing. There's no point. Then language is lost its meaning. We can't even effectively communicate anymore. This is stupid. That's really stupid. So, and that seems to be happening more and more and more, like, which is not cool. Tired of the semantic shift that's happening. And it's a forced semantic shift usually. It's not even a natural one, where society slowly changes the meaning of words over time. A bunch of these are just like forceful use changes. Oh, thank you for the 10. You're gay. I appreciate it. Quite the name, too. Thank you much. Thank you very much. No message, though. Just big $10 dono. Thank you for that. So I threw the link out for you guys if you want to join and chat. I'm sure Emmett will be along here shortly as well. And I don't know if Marte will join too or not, but we'll see. And I don't know the Aftermath, so I don't know if he'll be around at all. But yeah, fun times. I don't know if anybody watched the debate Emmett modded between Marte and the Aftermath, but it was on the prompt, women's opinions shouldn't matter outside of relationship issues. I think it's a weird one. That's a weird topic, because I think that for any of you out there that are married, you know that your spouse's opinion needs to matter, at least to a point. And saying only in relationship issues, that's like saying what, in fights? I don't know. I don't think that follows. But who knows? Maybe when they get over here, we can fight over it a little bit. And by no means do I think it's feminist to care what a woman thinks. Like, that's weird. Now, it doesn't mean you should care about what every woman thinks or everything a woman thinks, but to not care at all is weird. So, like, complete indifference, that seems odd to me. How's it going, Buddha? Good to see you. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that can be fleshed out, not Voltaire. I think when it comes to, like, specifically things outside of the realm of their business, their personal life, their own home, like, I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. There hasn't been a set topic just yet, Buddha, but I was gonna have the after panel for Emmett's, because they did a whatchamacallit, they did a debate over at Emmett's a little bit ago, on, let me pull it up, I'll look at the prompt again. Women's opinions shouldn't matter outside of relationship issues. That's what the prompt was. So I'm going to do an after panel, and Emmett and whoever else wants to can come up and shoot the shit or argue or talk, and we'll see what we can figure out and decide, right? So that, and I also mentioned that I might try to have that Bob who debated with Andrew on, and just do like a talk, like what exactly were you thinking? And what exactly is your stance on this? And why do you think these things? Like, why do you think that Urban Dictionary is a legitimate source for knowledge, right? Like, I can see using it for insults or slang you hear random people using that you don't understand, like using a word completely out of sync with reality, and you're like, what? I don't know what that means in slang or in memery. But to look upwards there and then hold them as the standard is odd to me. And so I'd like to understand why that would happen. Mo, good to see you. Good to see you.
What's happening?
Well, not too much. Not too much. What's new? What's good?
Oh, yeah, I was over there on Speakeasies on the after panel. That was interesting. It was a very interesting debate. I thought Reexamination did a great job. There was one critical moment for me in the debate where he pinned him with a question, and then he kept trying to get away from it, and he like brought it back to him again, and he didn't have an answer for it. I thought that was really, for me, that's what I thought sealed the debate, in my opinion. But I thought it was really good. It was also very respectful. It was very like cordial. It wasn't a whole lot of name calling or anything like that. So that's
Well,
also
nice.
good to see every once in a while.
Yes. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's fun to watch some crap slinging every once in a while, but for me,
Yeah, like the trench.
Yeah.
The
That was
trench
such a
and
crazy.
Menard.
That was such a crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, what the hell is even going on right now?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm much more peaceful than that generally. I mean, unless I
Yeah,
get brought to a point, right?
I have ranges. So, like certain topics I get worked up over, and I'll come in. And I think people can kind of see that in the way I'm treating the person. Like I'll come in just hot, and then other times, like the after panel tonight, it was it's Rev and Reexamination, and they were having a discussion with Trench, and I view them all as on friendly terms, I would say, right? So I'll go in there and we were able to have actually a pretty fruitful discussion. I was able to understand a little bit more about Rev, and I like Rev. I like Reexamination. So I was able to understand their viewpoints a little bit better and where they're coming from, and then I could kind of give them my logic and where I was coming from when it comes to just theology and stuff like that. So I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, I think they're pretty good guys.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Rev and Reexamination both have a really, really good wealth of knowledge when it comes to scripture. Like those guys are far more than me. I'll admit that. Like they have like they can just pull information out of their heads, on the fly. So that's always very impressive to see.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's something like on this channel that I've always tried to hold as important is like some bridging effect, right? Because like Rev and Reexamination are both Protestant, and we have a lot of Protestant and Orthodox in the space, and Catholic actually, to be fair. And I think that I don't want anybody to trade their values, right? I would never ask people to do that. But I think bridging is important because understanding who you're talking to is important.
Right.
And I think there's a huge disconnect right now still between like Protestant understanding of what Orthodoxy is. They have zero idea. Most Protestants have no idea what that means. They just think it's a different
Yeah.
different denomination. And so what happens is that disconnect is so big that when a Protestant's having a conversation with an Orthodox, they're like stupefied most of the time. They're just like, "What is happening?
Right.
There's no possible
Yeah.
way."
Yeah, I've seen debates where someone is talking to an Orthodox guy, and the person who's debating them keeps referencing Catholic things and Catholic tradition.
Yep.
And the Orthodox guy has to say over, I'm not Catholic. I don't view any of their stuff as, I view it as basically heresy. Like, what are you talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. A little insight on me. I didn't even back up the clock. Maybe, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half, something like that. I didn't know what Orthodoxy was. Right.
Yep.
My first just viewing it was in a video game, Crusader Kings 2, right? Like I saw that religion and I didn't know what it was. Like, oh, this interesting little cross they have here. It looks different than any other cross that I've seen anywhere else. What is this?
Yep.
Yeah, I came to Orthodoxy. My interest in it is through just reading theology and church history and where all the different denominations came from. Because I had a fascination with certain political movements. And like in the U.S., I didn't understand why there were so many evangelicals that were obsessed with Israel. And then I found out about dispensationalism, and I read about the history of that, where it came from, John Darby and all that history. And so I kept, things like that, learning all the different denominations. I went through a bit of a agnostic phase, right? I wasn't sure, but I didn't like that. I didn't like feeling like I was in limbo. It's like, okay, I'm either going to be a Christian or I'm not. So I need to understand if I'm going to be a Christian, which Christian am I going to be? What am I going to pursue? And so that's what led me eventually to Orthodoxy. And yeah.
Well, it's funny because when you're in that agnostic footing, right, you realize that Pascal's wager actually makes a lot of sense. Like when you're sitting there and you're like, I don't know, and if that is the case, I have 4 boxes, and 3 of those boxes are not good. The only one box that's good is belief and following through on it. Like, and so yeah. I agree with you. I didn't know anything about Orthodoxy until maybe 2 years ago, and I was like, "Holy smokes!" And I was raised like in Protestant churches all over, and
Yeah, me too.
and so I had lots of experience. I even like worked in ministry from time to time and things like that. And so as I've gotten into my 40s, I'm just like, holy, there's a whole world I didn't even know existed, and
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
blows my mind. Actually, blows my mind.
It feels like for me, it just felt like this hidden secret that like has always been there and just kind of like in plain sight, and I had no idea. Because when I, going back at, maybe a year or two ago, if you would ask me what traditional, quote unquote, traditional churches are, that's Catholics, right? That's the Catholics. That's what they're, and that was a big thing for me too. It's like, okay, well, so I'm going down. I went to Presbyterian church for a while when I was kind of like looking around. I went to a bunch of different denominations, and they're all very nice people. But when I was looking through it, I was like, okay, well, there has to be like a beginning. It's like I don't know if I really want to be Catholic, right? Because I read some things that I really didn't like about Catholics. I don't like the idea of a pope. It seems kind of weird. I couldn't cut. Yeah, I couldn't really cut that. I couldn't really like as the Southerners say, that dog don't hunt, right? I really couldn't go into that idea. It didn't logically make a whole lot of sense to me. And then you read things like what is it? Their oh heck, what are they called? The Catholics, like there's 1 and 2. There was one where they basically what do they call that? I forget. I don't know why I'm spacing the name of it now. But anyway, in there they said that basically they had a council and said that it was, I think it was in the 1960s, where they said, oh well, the Muslims and Catholics, we all worship the same God. It's like, okay, well, wait a minute. Muslims don't believe in a triune God. It's like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me too. And that really like turned me off to that. So that kind of really when I first looked at traditional Christianity, that kind of pushed me away from it. It's like, well, something's not right here, right? So
Yep.
I didn't, until revisiting it, I that's when I found Orthodoxy. So yeah, it's been a wild little ride.
Yeah, that whole Chrislam thing is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like they're completely antithetical. I don't know how you could try to shove those two together and make it work.
Yeah, it's that whole like kumbaya thing. We're all gonna like hold hands and that kind of nonsense. And especially with the current political political situation and things in London with Muslims and Sharia law and all this other stuff, that's a big sticking point for me. And no, I don't. And plus, I'm really into the Crusades history a lot, which credit where credit's due. That was mostly the Catholics, right? A lot of those guys. Orthodoxy had a small part in it, but they weren't like super involved with it.
Right.
But you read that and you can see so many repeat things in history from just how the Muslims treat the Christians at that time and how they deal with opposing religions that they don't like. It's I think anyone who is in the political field thinking about how to deal with the Muslim issue should read the Crusades and the historical accounts on both sides, by the way. Like the Muslims, their historians credit a lot of the stuff that you can read about that. So it's not like the situation where you're reading the history and it's just one side. Like you can read, even their historians will back a lot of what the Christian historians wrote down. So it's kind of disturbing and concerning for me.
Yeah.
I'm of the opinion too, because then you get into the talk of, okay, well, does that mean you're going to throw out freedom of religion? Well, I would say you need to recontextualize it. You can't separate Sharia law from Islam. You can't separate Islam from Sharia law. Islam is really a law system. It's about laws.
I've tried to explain this to people before.
Yeah.
It is first and foremost a political system and then a religion. It is a religion meant to sweep the world and politically govern it.
Right.
And it goes right over people's head because I think in the U.S. there's the disconnect between like religion and politics has been so long standing that they don't even understand how that's a possibility. But all across the Middle East, that's how it functions. Like Islam is constantly seeking to conquer the government and rule the nation, and you see it all over.
Yeah, for sure. It's I think that just kind of goes into, many people in the U.S. It's this my liberty thing, right? My liberty's this, my liberty's that. It's they put that at the forefront of their thought before they even consider, well, maybe this is a kind of a different kind of beast. Maybe we're not treating this correctly by just looking at it as a religion. It's not like these guys are going to come over and just practice a yoga, and be spiritual. Like that's not at all what you're dealing with.
Right. Well, you
Yeah.
wouldn't treat like a massive movement of communism within the United States
Right.
as a good thing. So why
Mm.
would you treat something like Islam, which functions systematically similar to it? Why would you treat it like it's not a threat?
Mm. Yeah.
To
You really do have to look at it through that lens, like communism, like extreme socialism.
Mhm.
Those are very good comparisons because that's essentially what you're getting. You're getting a law system that they're trying to interject.
Yep. With top
Yeah.
down social controls, all the everything. Just
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Definitely. There's an author actually. Trying to remember, he wrote Sword and Scimitar. Another book. Let me look it up. He has a YouTube channel actually too. He's great on this. He's kind of like a historian.
oh nice.
Yeah, it's I'll pull it up here in a second. I recommend everybody to check out his books because what I like about his books is when he goes into his sources, it's not just he doesn't use just say Christian sources. He backs it by writings from the Muslims as well for like situations of the Crusades. So
It's probably smart.
let's-
Try to get an all-encompassing view.
yeah. The book was Defenders of the West.
Interesting. Silver
Yeah,
over
Defenders
in
of the
chat.
West, the Christian heroes who stood against Islam. Okay, this guy Raymond Ibram.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll post it in the chat here. But he has a YouTube channel. Highly recommend anybody checking him out if they're interested in because that's what he specializes in.
That's very cool.
See, I'll post in the back chat.
Yeah, I think there's a miss in the current American, I don't know what you would call it, psyche, sphere, mind, whatever you want to call it. They don't understand the East. And because they don't understand history and the East and what has happened, they get this weird, watered down version of what has happened, right? What has happened in history. Like, most people have heard of the Crusades. They have no idea what it entailed or why it happened or what was going on. They don't know about the Ottoman Empire. They don't know that Islam basically tried to push up in and take all of freaking Europe for themselves. They don't know any of that. And they don't realize that what we're seeing right now is a repeat of what's already happened.
One thing too that you don't realize is that Vlad, everybody knows Vlad the Impaler, right? Dracula and all that.
Yep.
Vlad was a crusader. He was in the he was considered part of the Crusades. He defended against the Ottoman Empire, and on top of that, Vlad actually got a really bad rap. So all the surrounding barons that were Christian barons, right? Supposedly on his side, they didn't like him. So he was actually the victim of one of the first, you could say, propaganda campaigns because the mobile printing press had just come into. They just invented it and started using it, and they used that to print pamphlets about him, talking, basically saying, "Oh, he eats babies" and all this other stuff, and made up all this crazy stuff. And the whole thing, too, by the way, where his thing he's known for, impaling. Where do you think he learned that from? He actually learned that from the Muslims, because he was actually one of the victims of a thing that Islam would do back then, where they realized that a lot of these crusader types and these guys, they were formidable, strong fighters. So whenever they would take over an area, they would start demanding blood tribute, where they would subject a ruler, and you basically had to give a tribute of like your son. And Vlad was those two, him and his brother, were actually raised. They were taken from their father and raised under Islam rule, and
Under
for
the
a time
Saracens.
period. Yeah, until they became of age, and then eventually Vlad got away, went back to his Christian roots, and then that's what made Vlad so effective at dealing with them because he knew their tactics. He knew exactly how they thought, what they would do, and that's where he learned impaling from. So yeah, it's very interesting when you start digging into the history and where all this comes from. There was another guy, same situation, Skanderbeg. Skanderbeg was considered, actually, I think it was in 2010. Skanderbeg was recognized by the U.S. government, even that without him, we would not have the West as we know it, because he was so influential at that time in fighting against the Islamic rule. And he was also the same situation. He was taken as a kid. He was interesting because he was taken, and then he was very formidable. He was like a gladiator. So they actually used him as kind of like this, almost like this pet, like to bring out for like fighting and stuff. And eventually he got away too. And he was brutal against them, man. Like they used to, like the Muslims would tell stories about him, like as like ghost stories, like you better be good or Skanderbeg is going to come and get you, that sort of stuff. There was actually quite a few Crusaders they did that with, which is pretty funny.
It actually reminds me of like modern day, actually. Like when I'm a Marine, and when we were in Iraq, it was a similar situation. They literally, townsfolk would think that we were gonna eat their children and like weird shit. And it's like there was like an inherent fear of these guys who were coming in that they were going to take everything and eat their children and destroy everything. And it wasn't that way for everybody, but specifically for the Marines, when we'd roll in, they would be like terrified, beyond terrified. And I think there's still a little bit of a long-standing history from early Marine Corps at the start of the U.S. and the Middle Eastern peoples. And so it's like, oh, that's interesting. It's interesting but like you said, this is a cycle. It just keeps happening over and over and over again until it's dealt with.
Yeah,
there's going to be a slow roll of conquering.
Marines are pretty cool. Marines are pretty badass. Like if you look at the history of Marines, they were kind of like the U.S.'s first special ops team. They went in there and was it that I forget the situation, but it was something to do with the cannon that didn't work. They were going to take this point, and it had this plan and instead of the cannon failed at the critical point, they were going to use it. So instead of that, they just decided to rush them, and because they were so aggressive and so overwhelming, they still won anyway.
I always joke that Marines are, first of all, the Marine Corps was born November 10th, 1775, before the Declaration of Independence. And we were pirates before, right? Like they would go out on boats and they just hire a bunch of guys, and those guys are supposed to defend them from all the pirates that are, the British and the pirates that are trying to take the U.S. ships. Not US ships at that time, but
was that John Paul Jones' whole thing? Like he went and recruited a bunch of pirates in order to fight that dude. The famous "I've not yet begun to fight," or he rammed his ship into another guy's ship. That's pure distilled masculine badassery, right there.
And then they meet up in the Tun Tavern and they write it all out, and the Marine Corps is born, and they're like, you've been on the sea. Oh, you know how to fight. Let's do it. And and I think that's what they did. They just take the most aggressive mofos and put them together, give them orders to go destroy things.
Yeah,
so
effective.
It works. You got to have bad men sometimes, dude.
Indeed, you got to have bad men to keep the other bad men away from the gate.
That's true.
Yeah. We like to pretend we're very civilized and everything, we're above that, but things go to shit. You'll see really quickly how much something like that is needed.
Hoorah! I tell people all the time, like when the shit hits the fan, when the first world falls away, trust me, the world isn't what you think it is.
No,
this is fake. Like it's polite, it's nice, everything's good and easy, but the moment that convenience falls away, you'll see a different side of humanity. And I've seen it in the Middle East. It's a whole different thing. And I don't know, man. It's so weird to look at it at the comfort of the West and the way that like the lefties, the liberals, all these people see things. It's like they can only see the world through that lens. And even the ones that go and do like trips to do like Democrat type stuff in these other countries and come back here and then want to change us into those countries. It's like first of all, either you saw a completely different world than I did, or you're just evil. And I'm not sure which one it is. Either you're evil or you're stupid, and I'm not sure which.
Yeah,
Or maybe you're both.
I think you're right. I think it's just a fantasy. It's like a fantasy world they're living in.
Yeah.
It's just this situation where people don't want to have the unpleasant thoughts to logically think where all this leads to. They think everyone can just, kumbaya, hold hands, and everything's great. But that's just not the reality. I mean, there's places on the world right now where, there's slavery, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
People like to think of slavery as like this distant thing that's archaic and we don't, the world doesn't have anymore. It's been completely removed, but that's just not the case.
No, I think it's always been a thing. And I, not to say that I don't think we couldn't eradicate it from the earth, but like it never just stopped being a thing. It's always been a thing. And
Well,
even if it wasn't a thing, there's still other forms of it.
Right. Yeah. The eradication of these unpleasant things like that often requires force. And that's where the progressive mind can't comprehend that in order to have some semblance of society that's not completely barbaric, you have to have force in order to eradicate these things. You can look at even during the colonization period, right? When there were parts in Africa where they were still doing ritual cannibalism, and they put a stop to that. They also had trial by ordeal. It's like, oh, we think you're guilty of this. Well, we're gonna tie your hands up and we're gonna throw you in this lake. If you float, the water's rejected you and you're evil. If you sink, then you're innocent. Well, great. That's a great system to find out if you're guilty of something or not,
It's
right?
crazy.
So they put it into that as well. But and then the other things would be stuff like where if a guy died, his wife, they throw the wife on the pyre with him and burn her alive with him, right? And it's like, sorry, you can't do that anymore. You can't, kill the poor widow who just lost her husband because he happened to die to malaria.
Right.
Sorry, no, you can't do that anymore. Yeah,
I tell people that too. It's always going to come to force. And I like Andrew's force doctrine argument, but I think it goes way further than just the men and women aspect. It always is coming to force. Like always.
Yeah.
Everything will always reduce to force when it comes to the physical world. And there's no way to escape that. So,
no,
and when you can
Yeah,
make
it's-
that equation make sense in your head, and once you get it, and like for me, I'm a combat vet. I understand like there's a level of this that escapes people who live in the first world because they never have to taste it. They never have to see it. They never have to feel it in a way that's real. But it always will come down to force. And that force it starts at like the physical, brutal, destructive force that is like war or taking people over or whatever it is, and it just scales. And the scale we're at here is not the physical destroying of people force anymore. Now those forces are small little actions and law and legal fights and social movements and all of that. But that's still forces. All of those are forms of force because there is the threat of violence behind all of them.
right.
And I think that does escape the left because they think we can all just be nice because that's what they experience in the world. Well, nice is a lie. It means you're an idiot and you just go with the flow of everything. It's okay to be kind. It's not okay to be nice.
Right. Yeah, it's just this idea that you talk to these types and well, we have the police and we have, law and order and all this other stuff. It's okay. Well, what does that reduce down to though? If someone says, to your point, if someone says they're not going to do this, do you think they're going to show up and have a conversation with them? Like, no, you shouldn't you shouldn't be, you shouldn't beat the heck out of this guy. You're not allowed to do that. That wasn't very nice. No, they're gonna, beat the guy up and cuff him, maybe tase him, take him to jail. There's force behind the laws and all the rights,
Everything.
your taxes.
Yep.
What do you think is gonna happen if you don't pay your taxes? You think they're gonna show up and have a conversation with you, or maybe they might send you a few letters, but eventually they're gonna send somebody with a gun to collect you.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
I think that evades a lot of people's minds. Like they don't get it. Like you don't pay your taxes, men with guns are coming for you. Like that's what happens.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
so.
Yeah, that's why when they talk about these extra systems they want, it's like, well, why should you be forcing us at gunpoint to do this? And they go, well, not gunpoint. No, it's just taxes. It's just, it's like, what do you think that reduces down to? Do you
It's
not think?
always-
Yeah, do you not think any further than just, oh, you pay this and goes into a system, okay.
It's always at the threat of violence, dude. Always.
Mm.
It's. I don't get me wrong. I do wish there was another way. That'd be great. And there is one.
Yeah.
But it's not here. Not
Yeah,
now.
right, yeah. Yeah, that's what it is problem, right? Like
Yeah.
you can say all day it ought to be this way, but you got to deal with what the is first.
Right.
Like the is what we're currently in, what we find ourselves in, the reality we live in. You're just screaming into the void if you try to go against it.
I do recognize your name there in chat, but I don't remember when.
Old
So-
Call of Duty buddy
Yeah.
on Xbox maybe.
I don't know. Who
Ballinger.
knows? I used to be way back in the day. I used to play Call of Duty Black Ops on a competition team. That was like over a decade ago at this point, but that's funny.
Only video game competition I ever took part in was actually Super Smash Brothers, but it was like local stuff. It wasn't anything like
Smash
grand.
Brothers was fun, especially the original
Yeah.
Smash Brothers. I loved that game. That was a blast.
Yeah, man. That one was my go-to was Samus. That was my
Samus is awesome. I loved
Yeah.
playing Link too. That was fun.
Link was good. Link was always he was a hard hitter, but he was always too slow for my taste. And Samus is
fair.
pretty slow too, but Samus is not quite as slow as Link. Link
And
had a lot of utility
big
in
time.
that game.
It's
Yeah.
Kirby too, man. Kirby was a little bastard.
Yeah.
Just always
Yeah.
coming back up. It's funny.
Yeah, that thing was like one of those fighting Kirby's. Felt like you were fighting those, those inflatable punching bags where you
Mhm.
you slap them and they always get back up.
Yep.
But I was also into like it was Smash Brothers and then the first couple Halos. I
Mhm.
consider Halo to be, in my opinion, the best shooter that there
That's-
was.
It's funny you say that. When I got out of Marine Corps boot camp in was it 2003?
Hmm.
One of the first things I did at the PX was bought an Xbox and Halo, and it had just come out. And we set up a LAN in the barracks rooms, and we played big old LAN parties where we'd have big versus matches in the Marine Corps barracks. It's a lot of fun. That's one of my favorite games for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if my camera's still working, but
It's
or if I'm-
froze.
yeah, everything's
to me,
kind
it's
of frozen on my
froze.
end. Yeah, so I might be cut off here. If I drop, I'll come back.
Okay, that works.
But yeah, man, going back to the old LAN parties, that was good times. Good times with Halo.
Heck yeah, dude.
Just quick story from that. One fond memory I have is I got pretty in my friend group. I got pretty good at Halo, right? Like I was just, not trying to like. It's gonna sound like I'm gassing myself and brag, but I was like probably one of the best guys around, right? Now put me in there now, I'm gonna be dog shit. But anyway. I went over to a friend's house and he was having a big LAN party, multiple rooms, multiple TVs. It
Yep.
was pretty nuts. and they were playing versus, and they were losing. My friend was losing really bad. They were down like quite a bit, and so I walk in. I they didn't know. I wasn't playing at the time. I walked in and saw him in one room, found him, and I sat down, and he looked at me, and he just didn't say anything. He kept his headset on so he could talk, and he handed me the controller. And then he started shit talking like big time. Like, you guys are, you don't know what you just, I'm coming in here. I'm going to, like, fuck you guys up. And they're just like, saying, whatever. And I sat there, and it was like a situation where it was an operating table and I was a fucking surgeon. Like, I fucking just started decimating these guys. And I you could hear in the next room them like beating the ground and screaming and like just raging.
I love it.
It was pinnacle, peak
I love it.
in my Halo career, right?
I love it. I was similar to that. I had a friend, him and me, we would team up, and it would just be like, he would take a sniper rifle, I'd take a shotgun and sneak through, and the two of us would just like, he'd snipe from a distance, and I'd just roll through with the shotgun, and it was beauty. It was great. It was good stuff.
Yeah. One thing was crazy too. I think it was the first. I'm trying to remember. I think it was the first and even the second game, but the pistol in the first game was just
Monster.
freaking insane. It was like, honestly, it was kind of busted, but but it was fun to use. That was one of my go-to.
Well,
I
makes
think
people
just
extra mad too.
oh yeah, especially if they have a sniper and you kill them with a pistol. Like, that's
yeah.
just rage-inducing. But I think one of the things that made Halo so unique and fun is because the time of death was extended because of the shielding, and also you couldn't sprint. So you had to be very methodical and strategic with where you were going, what power up you were getting.
Yep.
That's why I played COD a little bit and all the more shooters, but I kind of refer to them as like Twitch shooters, where it's like, your Twitch action, like whoever can like flick the controller quick enough that's going to be the winner, basically. That's what it felt like to me, and that's what it reduced down to, and I just kind of like lost interest in it because
It's definitely what it became.
Yeah,
sure.
I don't know. It just wasn't my jam. But
Yep.
yeah.
Fair. That's fair.
Hopefully, I
Fair.
froze on like a non embarrassing
look fine.
frame.
Just look like you're reading something on your screen, maybe.
Okay, good.
Just
You roll the dice with sometimes when we get a freeze frame of the screen.
Dude, trust me. If you had been around during the beginning of my streaming career, I froze in the craziest ways, and my internet was really bad because I didn't have decent internet. I'm very rural. Until I got like my Starlink and stuff, it was bad. Like, I just randomly
you're on
disconnect
Starlink?
midstream. Yeah, I just randomly
Nice.
disconnect midstream, and I'd be like I'd be frozen, like, and everybody would be taking pictures, and then my Discord would be full of like me being a tarred looking dude on here, and they're like, ha ha ha, look at this, and then they'd freaking take it and adapt it, and it's like, you guys are jerks. Grows your skin real thick real quick though when you got a whole bunch of pictures that you look like an idiot in, so it's good.
I wanted to get Starlink. I signed up for it for my area, but it took so long, like for them to implement it, that by the time it came around, like the reasons that I wasn't gonna get it, I didn't really need it anymore. But it seems to be pretty awesome. It's crazy you stream off it, so that means that was gonna be because I've had in the past. I went through like when I was younger, I got satellite internet, and that's just a nightmare. And cloud comes in, you don't have internet, right?
It's actually impressive because like
that was gonna be my question of like how steady it is. And,
well, like I stream on it reliably all the time, and I have two teenage boys that game, and my wife plays video games. Sometimes we'll all be playing video games at the same time online, and it's just fine, no issues.
nice.
It's actually
nice.
it blows my mind that a satellite setup is the internet I'm getting, but it's the best internet for where I live. Like any other, I would have to go with like CenturyLink, and it's really crappy service where I live. Like, there's no good level of service to it. So when we started looking, we're like, well, we'll try Starlink, and if it's crappy, we'll just get rid of it because it doesn't sound like it's going to be that good. And then once we got it, it was like super good, and we're like, oh well,
Nice.
this will work.
That's good to hear. I might still get it for, if we move or something, I might need it. But yeah, it's funny you say CenturyLink. I work in the IT field, and I've never heard anyone say I have CenturyLink and I love it, or it's great, or I don't
Yeah.
have any issues.
It's just been problems for them. A lot of problems, especially over the last few years, for sure. But they don't have any, like, they don't have offices with people most of the time. They're trying to get customer service of any kind is broken. If you have the service and something happens and they end it, then you have to send their equipment back to them and they freak out and then they send you to collections within, freaking less than a month. And it's like, what is happening? So I don't know. I don't know. Not a
Yeah.
good, not a good look. CenturyLink, not a good look.
There's a lot of companies out there that are kind of like that. Like, actually, if you have ever had to deal, I have with like IT issues with AT&T, like getting AT&T on the phone and working with their techs is a nightmare, and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just been that way for years and years and years. Like, you can't even, what the problem is, like, if you have like a business that you're trying to troubleshoot and you have a tech that's supposed to be there, if somehow you miss the tech, or you don't have his contact, because you don't know who you're going to get, it's not going to get assigned someone, you can contact them, then if you call back their main number, you can't talk to that tech. Like, there's like this huge barrier. So it just causes problems, and they're horrible at return calls, and it's just always a nightmare to deal with AT&T.
So weird.
Yeah. But the point is, saying all that is, I find it funny that there are so many large companies out there that have the same issue.
They have scaling issues, I think. Like, they grew too
Too
big, too fast, and they don't know how to handle it in a way that makes sense. Like, why would
Yeah,
you
I think
not
a lot
have,
of companies fall into that. Yeah.
yeah, why would you not have like implemented systems where you have some level of tracking? Like, this call was made by this individual, this IP. They spoke to this tech. This is the tech that they need to be rerouted to, like stuff like that, and it just falls through the cracks. They don't even have stuff like that set up, so it's weird.
Yeah. That's good customer service is actually
Hard to find.
it's really a selling point. Now, it shouldn't be, but it really is a selling point with a lot of solutions and systems nowadays.
When you're dealing with people.
Yeah, you would think that'd be a given, but if you want a functioning, fruitful company, but I guess if you're as big as AT&T, you don't have to worry about it too much, because they're still in business for a reason.
That's
So-
true. Product of their own success.
Cursed with success.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So how did that debate go? Who won?
The one today?
Mm-hmm.
Re-examination got the votes. He won. Yeah, I think you watch the debate. I think it's clear that he had the better arguments. And like I said, there was quite a few moments where he had really good counter arguments and points that stuck. But the one, basically, to summarize it, it was a situation where the guy was making the argument that Christianity didn't abolish slavery, even though the points that re-examination was pointing into the Bible as a reference for how you should treat slaves, and also you should release them if you could. His argument was, well, that doesn't really that doesn't really matter because the Christians weren't following it at the time, right? And re-examination asked the question, but the whole debate was, does the Bible condone slavery? And so re-examination asked the question, okay, if a Christian at that time views that law, if his slave comes up to him and says, hey, I want to leave, what's his next step? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy didn't really have an answer. It's like, well, I guess you can just ask him to stay. It's like, okay, well, if the guy just asks them to stay, like, now you're definitionally you're no longer a slave. You're just your negotiating skills are bad, and you've got a bad job,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, so that was a really a really good question that landed pretty hard, and the guy
Well-
really didn't have a way to contend with it.
Absolutely.
So
And then, like in every nation that slavery existed as a trade, right? Like the slave trade existed in nearly every place that it existed, it was illegal to free them or get rid of them or do all kinds of things. And there was governing principles for how you even treated them. At the very least, in the West, there was. And so it's like, yes, slavery is wrong, and yes, it existed, and yes, we were a mostly Christian nation, and there were slaves here. But do you think they were treated more poorly in the West or in the originating places?
right, yeah, there was a bit of a
'Cause my guess
discussion
is
around
that-
that too, like how they're treated.
And that's not to condone it. It's just to say that, like, on the road to getting rid of it, there was moves to make sure that it was less terrible for the people in it, you know. So I
Yeah,
don't
like
know.
kind of goes back to the whole is ought problem, right? Like this
It
is the
is.
situation you find yourself in.
Yep.
What should you ought do?
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's see. I'm going to attempt to unfreeze my computer, so I will probably disconnect here. So, well, actually,
Okay.
not probably. I am going to disconnect here. So you said Marte and the other guy is coming over, or Emmett?
And it hasn't finished yet. I don't know when he's finishing. They had a debate over there. I'm just waiting.
Okay. Yeah. Let me. I'll be back.
Okay.
I don't know when I'm gonna cut off. I'm just gonna keep talking here. We'll see.
All right.
Nothing yet. Still connected, it seems. Okay, still connected. Maybe not. I don't know.
Really? Russ? Rev, you can come up here, you know. You can come up here. Come up and chit chat. I've thrown the link out a few times. You guys are welcome. Heck, you can even come up and ask me questions or poke or argue with me about something, whatever. Might as well. It's just a chill evening. See, he fell off.
Based off this little note,
Yep, and there were fallen man. There will always be such a thing: adultery, fornication, murder, theft. Yep. Because we're not able to escape fallen nature absent Christ, and even then we have to contend with it while here. So yep. So good to see you, Jared. Welcome in. It was on Speakeasies. Swords of Reason.
why is it fresh? It's after midnight. Okay, good. So let's start with
All right. So what are we doing now, gentlemen?
but I basically have to figure out when you're with the dictionary classes. And the color that it is too. So I'm with the English. If it was like white.
Okay. All right, come on up. Come on up.
It's inaccurate.
Welcome to come up and have a conversation. Talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. What do you think, chat? Should I have that Bob guy that Andrew debated with on? Rev Russ, welcome in. Welcome in.
Hey, how's it going? God bless. Great.
God bless. Not too bad. Not too bad.
I'm just
So, what was your take on the debate?
I thought it was a great debate. Re-examination was documented theologically sound all throughout. He had a really good paradigm that basically got slavery and neutered it from the inside and just basically created slaves in name only paradigm, which is the beautiful thing about Philemon, where Paul tells Philemon, receive him not as a servant, but as a brother. And that alone just, totally negates any idea that it was morally acceptable to keep slaves in even the context under the Roman Empire, which was kind of forced. Like you couldn't just release slaves willingly. You'd be in big trouble for that, you and the slave as well.
Yep.
So it created that kind of paradigm to where it's gutted. But then if you look at early Christian history as well, what re-examination was saying is thoroughly affirmed by early fathers like Augustine, Irenaeus, and such, to where we saw evidence to where Christians were trading themselves into slavery so that others could be freed, that the church was spending funds on freeing people who were under bondage. So it's really interesting how it all ties in and how the theology that re-examination presented mirrors perfectly the early Christian consensus.
That's awesome. And it's awesome to see that kind of victory in a debate setting from our side, right? Because that's a claim that constantly gets brought up. So to everybody who watched it, they now have some talking points, some rhetoric, and some understanding in order to utilize in their own life when people bring that up as a defense against why Christianity isn't a good choice, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And I always put emphasis on scripture. It's important that we know and understand scripture so that when these hard questions can come up, we have foundation that we can bring up and use faithfully, just as the patristics did. I brought it up earlier on the after panel that the patristics quoted the New Testament so much that we could basically rebuild all 27 books strictly from their writings alone. So if they were able to use scripture and arguments faithfully against Gnostics, against heretics, against naysayers, and to establish what we now believe today, then I think it's sufficient enough for us to also learn and understand and follow in their steps, especially in this debate space. Because if we don't come equipped with the full armor of God, then we're gonna fall short or fall on our own swords.
Well, no, I mean, that reminds me of what Peter said, right? Like, we should be ready and willing with an answer for why we believe what we believe. And, and I think that's absolutely true.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Killer Kyle. Thank you. Big 10 from Killer Kyle. Kyle, he says, add a little heat, 10,000 BTUs. Big 10. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's important, and I love this setting for a lot of it because it gives the layman some level of argumentation that they can utilize, and even then it gives them a reason to look deeper. Like, oh wow, I didn't know that. Now that I've heard it spoken and talked about, and they even threw the verses out, now I can go look into this and see more.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, a lot of times in my sermons when I do preaching, I always throw a little bit of an ad lib in there. Don't take my word for it. Read the Bible for yourself.
Right.
And I always encourage people that I preach to read the scriptures, be intimate with them, let them shape your worldview and your outlook on life and everything in general. And you'll see a change in your life and in the way that you present your theology as well. Because you become very strong in your beliefs and in your arguments if you understand the scriptures and can present them faithfully.
It's fair. Very fair.
And it also
would
makes
agree.
your faith a lot harder to shake too. So a lot of times we get hit. I've seen Christians get hit with the really hard questions, and it makes them question everything. It almost becomes an existential crisis for them.
Yep.
And if they were just equipped with the right tools to be able to combat those kinds of questions, then they wouldn't have had that issue to begin with. So I think it's very important.
Is scripture, Blood Logos asks, is scripture how you interpret scripture?
Is scripture how I interpret scripture? I read scripture plainly, but then I also, since I do preach, I do study the original languages. I do research into what early patristics taught on certain subjects. I also fall back on reformers as well, and I'm confessional, so I follow the Westminster Confession of Faith and the Scots Confession.
He's just giving you crap, he says.
Oh, yeah, I understand. Yeah, for sure.
So
But yeah,
that's
scripture interprets scripture is a very good point because it often does. Like, for example, if somebody were to take one verse out of context, like not one jot or tittle shall no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled, and then they hang on that and say, well, now Christians ought to do the things of the old covenant laws,
right,
but they neglect the rest of scripture,
right.
then they're just falling on that one verse, but the rest of scripture says that's not how it is. And in fact, Jesus said from the cross, it is finished. So we could even point to that as, that's the fulfillment that Jesus was talking about.
Right. Well, I see where like Orthodox Christianity comes at it from the sola scriptura is a problem, right? A danger. Because if it's just a random individual reading into it, whatever they choose, there's huge danger in that, right?
Yeah.
And that's why we have all these spin-off heretical movements and all these other things. But that doesn't mean you don't read it. It means if you don't know what things mean, you should seek the answers, right? You should go to the knowledge. And I would say you could go to the fathers. You can go to like the apostolic succession. You could go to a priest. You could go to, I would even say like to you, a pastor or somebody like that, because there's going to be some level of wisdom and understanding of those things through theological training and all of that. I would say that all seminary isn't created equal either, though, right?
Yeah, definitely not. I've noticed a lot of preachers recently coming out of seminary programs with very expensive degrees, but they're encouraging Christians to do yoga all the way down to the chakra alignment mantras. Yes, it definitely is. And and that's where I like to come in and try to bring some of those progressive Christians to heal a little bit and more toward the actual Reformed Protestantism, because Reformed Protestantism isn't what you're seeing today with a lot of your modern non-denominationals. They've gone off the rails a little bit, but
well, I would love to see
confessionally grounded.
Well, I was going to say I'd love to see most. Well, not most. I'd love to see everything move back closer to the origin of Christianity. That's why one of the things that I tried to do here was build more of a bridge so that Protestants who are out here saying all kinds of crazy stuff can talk to people closer to, say, Orthodoxy or where Christianity started, so they have an understanding that some of the stuff you're saying is just flat out incorrect.
Yeah.
And I could say that. I could just tell them that's wrong, that's untrue. And sometimes I do, but I think it's good to build those bridges of understanding between peoples because, like I said earlier to like Mo, I didn't even know what Orthodox Christianity was at all until a few years ago, and the running thing that I've seen in most Protestants is they just think um, that Orthodoxy is Roman Catholicism, and it's
Mm,
not. It's not the same thing.
yeah, there's some differences. There's
Yeah,
some significant differences. Most of all being the whole papacy thing. So
right, right.
and and yeah, you know, Protestants reject the papacy as well. Uh, well, the OG Protestants, the New Age guys, I don't even really consider them Protestants because what are they protesting against?
Well, that's what
Eh,
I've always seen myself. Like I was raised what would be considered a Protestant, but I never felt that I was protesting anything. I was just seeking
mhm.
Jesus Christ and reading my Bible and going to church and um not at all did I think of it as protesting anything. I just that's what I was raised in and so that's how I found Christianity and so
Oh yeah, for sure.
and
And
I think
same here.
yeah, and so I think there's a weird disconnect there where there's the level of because it's called Protestantism that
Mhm.
people think, well, all the Protestants are actually just protesting the church, but they don't know that that church exists even.
Yeah, it's a strange paradigm because I would have to divide them up into the rightful categories. So you have your OG Protestants, you have your Presbyterians, your Anglicans, your Lutherans.
Hmm.
These are your in your and of course your Anti-Baptists. I can't forget to mention those guys. So you have those guys. Those are your main Protestant reformers, and why they are called Protestants is because they protested against the Catholic Church, mostly for purgatory, repentance, and indulgence. You could literally pay the priest and be allowed to go and commit great and heinous sins, and rightfully so. Protestants protested against that. It's not scriptural. It's not grounded in apostolic faith. No patristics appealed to it. So yeah, they rightfully protested. And the Protestants that came out of the Reformation, those few denominations that I mentioned, those are your originals. Your Anti-Baptist gave birth to your Baptists, and of course Presbyterian stayed the way it is. Church of Scotland, Free Church of Scotland, PCA, and PCUSA over here in the States. Stay away from PCUSA. I got a bone to pick with those guys. They're a little liberal leaning, uh, rainbows and stuff. So yeah. Um, but yeah, a lot of your original Protestants were in protest of the Catholic Church, and coming out of the Reformation, they had creeds and confessions that laid the groundwork um, for our denominations. For example, the Westminster Confession of Faith that gives us our doctrinal guardrails, and if you check it out, it's pretty orthodox. And yeah, I agree, Dave. Stay away from Church of Scotland. They're also rainbow flyers. My grandfather John Knox would be flipping in his grave if they had not turned it into a parking lot or a parking spot, I should say. So yeah, that's yeah. But then also you have the other Protestants that came after that.
The
Here in the United
evangelicals,
States, yeah, and those guys, I really can't consider them Protestants. They're just something else. So, like when we lop them all together, like if we say Protestants and we're thinking the evangelicals and the pre-trib rapture guys and the prosperity doctrine guys,
right?
it's kind of disingenuous to loop them together with like Presbyterians who don't take any of those doctrines
Well,
at all.
no, you're taking weird steps at that point. You're like moving
Mhm.
towards things like Mormonism or Jehovah's Witness movements, right? Like
Yep,
or
and they're outside of
Seventh Day
confessional
Adventists or
standards.
things that have stepped away, basically.
Yeah.
Um, the one thing though that I've always thought is like I would like to see, and I don't know how much of it exists in actual reality, but I'd love to see less or little animus between them because between like traditional Christians who don't believe in all the crazy. Basically all that stuff is like the Protestants that do, well, I guess if you want to not call them the evangelical movements that are doing like, prosperity gospel and all of it, or prosperity doctrine and all that, they're basically like, they're doing The Secret, right? They're doing new age witchcraft type stuff is basically
Mhm.
what that is. But for the ones that are not into that kind of stuff, I'd love to see everybody who believes Jesus Christ is the Savior, that He died on the cross and was resurrected and ascended to heaven, that the Trinity is what it is. Like all of those things, I'd like to see less animus so that they can communicate between each other in a fashion that brings edification to God, right? And
Oh, yeah,
so
absolutely.
and so when I see like there's a level of just fun, like picking on each other, which I get is completely fine, but there's definitely a certain level of like for looking down upon people, and I think if that's the case, that's pushing people away. And I think if there's a way to communicate between our groups in order to bring people closer to the truth, we ought to do that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel the same way. That's why I don't like debating with Catholics and Orthodoxes on things like sola scriptura or Protestantism or apostolic succession and stuff like that, because it just really draws a divide. And we all have the same goal, and that's to bring people to Christ, but to also um to also have our worldview actually seen and heard and recognized. And I think that's where the whole move for Christian nationalism is, we just want to be recognized. We don't want to be subservient to a fallen a fallen state of sin and immorality and be forced to comply to that. And in order to do so, I would say that we would have to find some common ground. I think the best common ground is that foundation which no man can lay, that which is already laid, Jesus Christ.
Right, chief
And
cornerstone.
yeah, and if we build on that and our mutual faith in the triune God, I think we can really build something there. At least to some degree, to where we can act in good faith with each other and present a united front against the degeneracy of this world.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's a key piece, is in order to push back the degeneracy and place Christ at the center, um, overall. Like I don't know, you're never going to be able to have 100%, right? But if we can
Yeah.
make it more rather than less, right? If we can make more people likely to come to Christ, and our society more Christ centered, that's for the betterment of all, right?
Mhm.
And so I definitely see the need for that. That's also something, like, obviously I talk about marriage, I talk about families, I talk about a need to find Christ, and I do it in fairly generic terms oftentimes, although I'd love to do more, um, but I do think that bridge is a key that's needed, and I think it's happening in time. I feel like Orthodox Christianity has been around since, right, forever, as far as
Mhm.
we're concerned. But I had no idea it existed until a couple years ago. And it's not like, I mean, I'm in my 40s and I pay pretty close attention. So if I was missing it completely, then there's got to be a ton of people that have no idea. And if that is the case, then I think what's happening now is we're seeing at least more people waking up to the fact that, oh, the dynamics are different than I thought they were, right? There's Orthodox, there's Roman Catholic, there's Protestant, there's
Mhm.
all
Syrian
these different,
Orthodox,
right? There's
Coptics.
all these groups.
Yeah.
But if the core message is the same. And obviously there's going to be, like, most Protestants don't understand what things are and aren't heresies from the Orthodox or the Catholic perspective at all. They have no idea what that even means. I don't know about you, but I will say most Protestants, in my opinion, if you tell them that's heresy or that's heretical, they're going to feel like that's an insult more than they're going to feel like,
That's a
oh, I
correction.
need to fix it. Right.
Yeah.
Right, because they have no idea what you're saying to them. All they've seen is movies where heretics are like put to the sword or burned at the stake. Like, so to them, what you're saying is like, you're evil. That's basically what you're saying to them. If you say that's a heresy or that's heretical to them in their head, and I'm not saying that they're right for thinking it, but that's the only metric they can gauge with. And so because of that, they're like, oh, so you think I'm evil, which makes me your enemy. I don't know how else to take that. And so I think it doesn't mean don't be honest with people, but what I'm saying is most Protestants, if you're Orthodox or Catholic and you tell them that's a heresy, they don't understand what you're saying. And so sometimes it would be worth it to say, that's a heresy or that's heretical or whatever, and say, I'm not saying you're evil. I'm just saying that's sinful. That's wrong. That's
Yeah, it's doctrinal error.
right. And I think that kind of correction is definitely needed in a way that they will understand.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't mind being called a heretic. I'm a lot of people's favorite heretic. And,
I don't
uh,
I don't so much now, but at first when it first happened, I was like, what the hell? What do you even, you know, because I had no idea, I had no metric to gauge by. I was like, what? Why is this person calling everybody heretics and stuff? It's weird. Um, but once you gain the understanding of what that means and what's happening, you're like, oh, okay, I get it.
oh yeah.
I get it.
And I've
But
been
the
called a Pharisee too, so
sure, of course.
especially by the more liberal leaning spectrum of the Christianity. So
That's such a weird dynamic these days too. Like there's a level of like diversion from traditionalism, and then on the other end there's like absolute traditional, and it's like both sides calling each other the same things. It's like that's so weird to me
yeah.
because it's like mental frameworks. That's the only difference in that scenario. The mental framework's different between the two people, but they both see the other as the thing that, like, both sides could see each other as the Pharisees, and it's like that's weird.
Yeah. Or be seen as Pharisees by one outside group.
Yep.
Orthodox is often called Pharisees, and then a lot of us conservative Reformed Protestants are also called Pharisees as well by the more liberal leaning Protestants.
Yep.
So yeah, my major axe to grind is with the liberal Protestants, because they make things a lot worse. And I've noticed there's a lot of liberalism in Catholicism too. Just earlier today, I saw a Jesuit priest had posted on his social media, the two people, Good and Pretty, posted their pic. He posted their names, like he did the first and last name. I'm not sure what they are off the top of my head, because I'm following. My nose is more in a book than in recent news.
Right.
But I saw that he posted their names, and then he put underneath it "Children of God" with their pictures, and it's like that's a little out there for an ordained priest in the Catholic Church. Not only just a regular priest, but a Jesuit priest. He's one of the keepers of doctrine, right? So, I mean, from their own tradition, language does matter, and they made that very clear in various councils. And when you refer to somebody as a child of God, that's covenant. You know what I mean? You're a child of God by promise, through baptism, through communion into the church. To call anybody children of God that are outside of communion with the Catholic Church, it's heresy. It violates their own tradition, and they're willing to do that a political for a political movement.
It's really bad.
Yeah, it is.
It's really bad because it degrades public trust in the church too.
Mm-hmm. It sure does. And when, like you got a Protestant that sees that as like, wait, that's the wrong language to use unless you know for sure that they're in communion with the church and they've actually been baptized, catechized, and all that stuff, then you, according to your own tradition, can't call them children of God. You can call them image bearers for sure. You can call them image bearers, but you cannot call them children until they actually become children. So yeah, it's kind of strange the way it goes, especially here in the United States.
Absolutely.
And regardless of tradition, it could be Catholic, Orthodox, it could be Protestant, but I think it's just more of a falling away that's happening not only in Protestantism, but kind of everywhere.
Yeah. I think that's some of the draw that we see too towards a more founded, stable Christian community, so to speak, from the outside looking in, right? I think that would be one of the things that would push people towards more traditional, like Orthodox Christianity, is because there isn't well-founded guardrails outside of it. There's too many people just doing whatever they want and calling it Christianity, and then all the rest of Christianity has to look at it and go, that's not Christianity, but the whole rest of the world is going to use that as a weapon against Christians, right?
Oh yeah, and we noticed this in the Protestant wing. What was it, around, like, I want to say post World War II? We noticed the shift. People started calling church boring. Didn't want to go anymore because it was dry and stale, and it didn't pique their interest, or and then we started seeing like that shift away from the doctrinal guardrails, the confessional guardrails, our catechisms, and then shifting into what would put people in the pews. And I think that's where the major slip was, is we abandoned the confessionals, we abandoned the catechisms and the creeds, and focused more on trying to keep people in the seats and being complicit to all manners of sin and uncleanliness.
Well, it's kind of the lie of lowering the barrier of entry to things is a benefit, right?
Mhm.
We do the same thing in industries and technology and all kinds of things. And when we do it, we see this complete degradation of whatever that system is over time. And I think that's definitely what we see happening now.
Mhm.
Did you, by chance, ever read Rachel Wilson's book?
Not yet. It's actually in my Amazon wish list.
So it's definitely a worthy read. I read it, I don't know, a couple months ago, and it was definitely, I mean, I knew a bunch of the stuff because I think any Christian that starts to look into things starts to get the feel for all of the things that are being said in it. But she actually fleshes out like all kinds of stuff that I think I would have had to dig in ways that I wasn't prepared to dig because I didn't care enough to look into it that far, or what have you. But it's actually fairly illuminating on a bunch of different things when it comes to like feminism and how it's affected the West in general, but also the church in the West.
Mhm.
So
Oh yeah, feminism has always been somewhat of an issue.
yeah, well, and that's something it talks about too, is that like, yeah, we have the modern iteration of feminism, but it's not a new thing. Like this has been around
Yeah.
forever. There's always been some movement of women, and you can say for whatever reason you want, but it tends back to like goddess worship and all these other pagan movements that have just continued to pass through time till today, doing the same thing they've always done, and it's try to tear down the basically the glory of Christ
Hmm.
and supersede it with female power or whatever you want to call it. The all-consuming mother, right?
Yep. And in fact, it goes all the way back to the garden. It's one of the
Yes.
curses.
Yes.
Um,
Well,
I think
I've been
it's
telling people
Genesis
that lately.
3:16.
Yep.
And your
You will seek to
desire shall
control her
be
husband.
to thy husband, but he shall rule over thee.
Mhm.
And then it's a power
It's the,
struggle.
yep, it's the rebellion since the garden. And I tell people that, like, the same lies that lead to sin and degradation and degeneracy are the ones that came from the garden as well, right? The three basic lies of the serpent in the garden are the same things we struggle with today. And it's funny to me because when you look at like the leftists or the liberal party, the Democrats, progressives, the same things they push as their platform are the lies from Satan, basically.
Yeah.
Like,
They're
do as thou
definitely the
wilt.
children of their father.
Yeah, do as thou wilt. They put yourself in the place of God and all these other things, and
Hmm.
it's exactly what the serpent said. And if nothing else, that should be your key indicator that movement's probably the enemy of the church.
Yeah, for sure. An enemy of Christ as well. I mean, anything that goes against the sound doctrine and wholesome words of Christ is sin,
Hmm.
according to Paul. So when they try to push their progressive ideologies that are blatant sin that we recognize clearly as sin, then we can in good faith just say, hey, you know what, we're going to roll over to that. And those that do, I feel bad for them for rolling over, because I'm not going to. And I think that's where we can all mutually agree and draw a line in the sand and say, hey, we're not affirming any of this sinful stuff that you're trying to push on us, that you're trying to teach our children, that you're trying to indoctrinate us with.
Yep.
We don't want no part of it. And because we're one of the biggest voting blocks in the United States, 66% of the population, we should have a very much more valid say than the minority in this particular case.
Well, and that's exactly what I was saying earlier. That's why we need a more unified front in saying we're with Jesus Christ, we're with the church, and we're gonna vote our morals and ethics into place. We're gonna put Christ at the center and move this society back towards a more Christ-centered, ethics-driven,
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm definitely on board with that as well. That's why I'm kind of trying to get into the debate space, because it seems like a good area to get into ministry wise. But originally I never saw myself being a debater or
Same.
even an apologist of any sort. I'm very simple, 3-point sermon preacher kind of guy. I take a week to prepare my sermon, deliver it, pray for people, and give pastoral support and care when needed. But I guess God has different plans and kind of put me on the spot here. So this is where I'm at for now.
I feel that, actually, because that wasn't I could never say that was my intention. Like, I wasn't thinking I'm going to start a YouTube channel and I'm going to do debates and I'm going to argue with people and try to communicate and bridge gaps between communication. Like, if you'd said that I was going to do that, I don't know, 5 years ago, I'd been like, you're crazy. That's not even what I'm looking at or thinking about doing. But like, things just clicked and fell into place one after another. And then I'm here and I'm like, oh, well, this makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it started for me. I was because I've been following Andrew for a little bit here and there, and I was on YouTube and I saw what's her name, Sarah. She had a panel going, so I figured, I'd check it out, and it was live, and um, I was watching it, and there was a couple dudes up there, I think a couple atheists arguing or something, but they were giving very bad eisegesis on actually Genesis 3 and the fall of man and all that. So I'm like, you know what? I'm here. I got a microphone. I can just hop on this panel and give some clarity. Clearly, some clarity is needed, and
Indeed.
it's been nonstop from there. So, but yeah, I jumped off of Sarah's stuff like really quick because all that stuff with Rob, and she's very disingenuous. So
Well,
got away from that one quickly.
Wise, I did similar. I had already been in the space a long time technically. Not getting on anything. I didn't get on anybody's panels. I just watched, modded for some people here and there, but didn't really take part in things. I just was in the chats, and I've been in the space long enough that I used to watch Easy when he was small, before VK ever existed, before any of that. And so eventually, as I was just touring one day online, I actually ended up taking a bunch of time away from like all media of any kind. And then when I came back, I started watching VK. I was like, oh wow, Easy did this thing. This is really cool. So I started watching that, and then I had already been watching Rob and Andrew prior, and then jumped on some of Sarah's panels, jumped into some of the VK, jumped onto some of Grid's debate show, and actually it was Cat, Pharmacat or Oxcat, whatever, who was in chat with me, and we were talking off and on with small group. And she just kept saying, you should just start a channel. You have things to say, you should just start a channel. You should just do it. And she kept pushing. And then finally I did, and here I am. It took off. So it's like, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I enjoy your channel. I tune in a lot, so try to listen throughout the day. Usually I'm working till 5 o'clock, so I have a full-time job outside of ministry. I'm bivocational, so I don't take money for preaching. I use my full-time employment to fully support my ministry and my family as well. So yeah, I do the whole full-time thing, but I'm listening in throughout the day, and then at night when I can, between family time and stuff like that. But I try to make it a priority to get on Speakeasy's channel for like verbal combat and after panels and stuff like that.
I get that. I definitely get that. It's good to get out there and talk to the people. I agree with you, Roddy. I think that there needs to be like a full court press to try and get a hold of the minds of young boys, young men, and start sculpting the next generation. I think the same is true for young women, though. We need young women to realize that they're not what the feminist movement has tried to push into popular media for the last 100 years, that, we're the same and there's no difference and they have no duty and they can do whatever they want. And that's not to say that women can't do things, but we have roles to fulfill in the world, both by natural law and by biblical, right? And so both the young men and the young women of tomorrow need to be taught and sculpted if we have any hope.
Yeah, it's very, very important. And I think that's where the recent generations kind of fell short, especially with this latest generation that's starting to reach adulthood now. They're not very well educated. It seems the education systems failed them, a lot of them, miserably.
Yep.
And also, they haven't been brought up in church properly. So what brought them up was celebrities and pop culture, and and now we're seeing the fruit of that, and it's complete degeneracy.
I agree with you. Well, it's fallen to, again, the lies in the garden. There's a do what thou wilt mentality. There's a I'm the most important person, important thing in my life. Only me, 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 me. And it's destroying everything. If you put yourself at the center of the universe, you will ruin not only your own life, but the lives of the people around you.
Yep.
That's the truth.
Oh yeah, especially more so with men,
Oh yeah.
and in the family paradigm. You gotta put your wife and kids priorities above your own, oftentimes, even when when it's uncomfortable to do so. God gave them to you and put them under your charge, so you are in charge of them, and you must take care of them.
Yep.
But we see that kind of faltering out too, in more of the latest generations.
Yep.
It's very sad to see.
Yeah.
Especially with the baby mama culture. It's just dangerous. To where you have pretty much the state replacing the father
Yep.
in many households.
Well, it's
And then-
incentivized, right?
Mhm.
They've
And then women
incentivized
being
that.
incentivized to not even get married, just
Yep.
have children with random men and collect the checks,
Yep.
collect the welfare.
Yep.
And
Well, and
they see that they can live better off of the state than they could off
Yep.
of a man. So what need of a man other than to procreate?
And there's a huge danger too in the fact, like I was saying before, that like that self-worship idea means that you can just, it doesn't matter who you hurt. It doesn't matter
Mhm.
if you keep your oaths to people, keep your word, keep your position, do your duty. None of that matters if you are the center of everything, right? If you've put yourself in the position of God in your own life, then what happens is the second you're unhappy, the second you don't want to do something, any of those things come up, you abandon your duty, you abandon
Mhm.
people that you have a duty to, and that's super destructive, and that's destructive on every end, every possible end. So
Oh yeah, absolutely. And especially from the female position, when we see it embodied with abortion and stuff. It's literally self-worship.
it is.
If the majority are elective and the reason behind it is because the baby's going to ruin their future or be a burden on them, then sacrificing that child is you're literally sacrificing it to the God himself.
Yeah.
It's idolatry. And something that I've noticed is a trend is the more normalized abortion is and the more it's performed, the more openly demonic things seem to be, especially in pop culture. They're flashing Satan on screens,
Yep.
presenting inverted crosses, giving Satan lap dances, and all of this stuff that we wouldn't have seen 30, 40 years ago.
Right. Well,
And even 60 or 80 years ago would have been completely unthought of, obscene.
and how could it not be, right? Because
Mhm.
at this point, if you look at that whole movement, the whole leftist abortion factory movement, you're just looking at the same as ancient times. You're looking at Sodom and Gomorrah. You're looking at all of the Canaanites. You're looking at the evils of the past revisited today. We're seeing the very evil actions and beliefs of the past come back. And it's like
Yeah.
the more they do it, the more it opens the door for more of the wickedness we've already seen throughout ancient history all the way till today.
As it's put by the preacher, there is nothing new under the sun. Things as they were yesterday are the same as they are today. And when you sacrifice the innocent to idols, well, you're sacrificing them to devils, as Paul even said. The pagans, they don't sacrifice their meat to idols, but to devils.
Yeah.
And it's the exact same instance. And the more we see that, the more we see the degeneracy, the evil and wickedness really come out in this world. And it's a shame, and we do have to push back against it. Because
Absolutely.
if it just keeps running amok, well, then it's going to eventually turn into it kind of reverses, and it does it in scripture too, and you see it in Kings and Chronicles when they start worshiping other gods. Well, then they turn around and persecute the ones that aren't worshiping those gods.
Yep.
So
Yep. Yep. That where it says like even the yeah, it's that whole thing of when you're the one that's acting in a right moral way, but the rest of the world is acting in a different way, they will call you the crazy immoral one.
mhm.
And it's like, yeah, we see that today. We do.
Yep, and eventually and inevitably they'll turn their attention right on Christianity. And if we don't have the united front, well, it's going to be very hard for us. If we keep segregated into our sects and stuff like that, or the nominations and doxies, well, then we're gonna be, fighting a scattered battle.
Well, that's what I tell people is we have to build that unity, and then once we have the reins or take the wheel, right,
Mhm.
then we can quibble over
All
whatever
the other
else needs
stuff.
quibbled over.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
until we can hold some kind of control over the levers, then we need to at least stand together as
And
Christian, as people who follow Christ, so that we can put Christ in the driver's seat.
exactly. And with the polarization that we're seeing today, even on the political side of things, um, us Christians, we need to be that sound voice of reason. And we need to present that as a united front as well, because the more that we allow this situation to continue to spiral, is the worse it's going to get. Um, there is no sign that the left is going to try to cool the temperatures in this. And like I mentioned earlier, the Jesuit priest trying to add fuel to the fire from a clerical perspective. Um, I think there needs to be some clairvoyance here, and I think the voice of Christians is going to be that clairvoyance. Um, and yeah, it's just becoming a very, very strange and weird world that we're living in.
It's not the world we grew up in, that's for sure.
Oh,
It's changed
absolutely.
so rapidly.
Hmm. And it's hard
And,
for
and
me to even keep up because
yeah,
normally I don't pay attention to politics. Not very political minded. I'm a preacher. I'm more spiritual minded. Um, but it's hard to not pay attention now. So I feel like I'm being tossed into something that I don't even fully understand.
well,
But I understand the founding of the United States, the three branches of government, all that stuff, of course. Um, but as far as like modern politic, it's just something I've never really got into.
yeah. Well, so I was paying really, really close attention to politics for a while, and then I pulled out. That's why I pulled back from all the media, or at least in part why I pulled back from it. Because if you are super focused or hyper focused on the political goings on, which has become impossible to escape, it's in everything now. Um, if you let it be a daily focus at all for you, even if it's not the primary focus, but your daily reading, paying attention, looking at everything, what
Mhm.
happens is it starts to destroy you. Like it makes you into a nihilist very rapidly, even if you're praying daily and reading your Bible, because you start losing faith and hope in any humanity. You start to see everybody as pieces of crap, and that's a terrible place to be. And
Yeah.
so I had to pull out of that, let everything go for a while, and just recenter myself uh, in uh, the Bible and in prayer, and then come back and go, okay, How much can I handle? And I am paying attention now, but not like I was back before. So people pop into the chat and they're like, "What do you think of this?" And I'm like, "I'll have to look at it. Let me go look, because I'm just not digging into every single thing, because as much as it is important to understand where we're at and what's going on,
Mhm.
you can't let it take up so much of you that it destroys you inside."
Yeah, I've always been nonpartisan. So I think I was a teenager during the Bush administration. So junior, not senior. And I had decided early on that, you know what, I'm just an independent constitutionalist, conservative Christian. Um, and I always put faith above politics. So I paid attention to like who we were at war with and stuff like that.
Right.
On the partisan level, I just really didn't pay attention. From the looks of things, now that I'm looking at paying more attention to the partisan side of things, Democrat and Republican, it seems that like I can't tell where the boiling point is, because there's always been contention between the two parties, but it seems that within the last uh, 15 years or so, it's just gone off the rails since Obama's second term. It seems that they really started just going nuts with things.
Yeah. It's like the relief valve um, got opened at full blast. That's what it seems like.
Yeah, because in times past, I've been used to interacting with Christians on both sides of the political aisle, Democrat liberals and Republican conservatives, Christians sitting in the same pews together.
Right.
So it was never really seemed like a major issue as far as like a how would you put this, like a major worldview issue as it is now, I guess. Probably a good way to put it.
And now,
Yeah, and now you got family exercise, ostracizing each other over what party or who they voted for.
yeah,
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
the political divide has created a chasm between people's in the same household, in the same relationship,
Hmm.
in the same church, in the same community. And so that's also a, a terrible thing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the last time we saw it at this magnitude in our country was prior to the American Civil War. And that's a scary thought too, and I hope that we're not close to that.
The truth of the matter is, if you do just like a full accounting, right? Like you step back and you look through everything, you see what's going on, you see what steps were taken prior, and like we've been at bad points throughout, the last 100 years. But
Hmm.
when you really look closely, you realize we're like mirroring some situations in states that definitely could kick off really bad, really fast, and it wouldn't take a lot, right?
No.
Because when you look at like um, Charlie Kirk, you look at all the ICE stuff going on now, you've got
Mhm.
both sides primed at this point, and they've already made it so politics is prevalent in everything, whether it's your sports, your TV shows, your music, whatever it is, it's in it.
Mhm.
And so they've pumped and pumped and pumped everybody to be more politically active. And then all these events keep happening that divide us further and build animus between the parties. And I think, I don't know, I've said this before, it reminds me of the transition from the republic to the empire state, for Rome, because we live in a very comfortable decadent state in the US right now. We're the predominant power, world power right now. And all it will take is a few big pushes and we will topple into one of two states, right?
Mhm.
And I think basically whoever ends up on the top at that point is going to reign over basically empire era of that, whether it's conservative or completely progressive.
Mhm.
So, like Teriak says stuff about this all the time, and some of what he says I completely disagree with, but I think that there are only a few roads forward that are possible at this point.
Yeah, it seems that way, and I'm really praying that the temperature is brought down and that some clarity is brought into it because war is never good, especially in your own backyard. Um, but we got like Tim Walls over here saying that the federal government can't be trusted, calling it an encouraging, a violent attack on the people of Minneapolis and all that stuff. And it's rhetorically charged, but words mean something. And when you have a platform and you're saying stuff like that, you're encouraging people to act on that. And I learned that through my seminary process that you have to be careful what you say, how you say it, when you say it, because you're pretty much and the good way to put it is you're pretty much the maestro of an orchestra at that point. The band's focused on you, and what you do determines on how they react.
Yep.
So,
Well, and this is part of why I push pretty hard and tell people, look, we need to push for Christianity and conservatism to win.
mhm.
Because I promise you the other way is going to be the end of what we now have, which
Oh,
has
yeah,
already
for sure.
degraded to a point that it's almost unrecognizable from the last few times they did have some kind of power. So we have to win, and then we have to hold, and then we have to start making the changes that are needed, or you're going to have what Minnesota looks like right now all over the place. And to be fair, we're probably going to have that anyway.
And I've seen several left Democrats, governors, come out and say they stand in solidarity with Minneapolis, and it's like, guys, you've got to if you keep pushing this kind of rhetoric, you're going to cause it causes exactly what happened last time, where you have states trying to secede from the union,
Yep.
and then you're going to have a war.
Yep.
And especially with Tim Walz saying that he doesn't trust the federal government to conduct the investigation in the latest shooting. I heard that earlier today or yesterday. But yeah, that seems like it's sowing distrust. Like there's a dysfunction in justice, and when that happens, then courts fail, and
Yep.
and then the next thing that happens is
Yeah, we're on the precipice for sure. Like
yeah,
when you see governors and actions from, like, you see the progressives or the leftist leadership pushing for their state-based law enforcement to stand against the federal law enforcement, that right there is the start. That's like leading to a nearly bleeding Kansas-like moment, and that's a kickoff. That's a kickoff right into a rolling chain of events we can't turn back from. And we're like literally on that precipice right now.
yep. It's going to be very interesting to see how the next few months play out. I'm praying that temperatures cool off and people get some sense about them. But the way it's looking right now, I don't think that's going to be possible in the near future.
Right? I think we need to hammer home that people, as much as I hate this, people have to be active. They have to pay attention. They have to vote for their especially in this community, vote like your life depends on it, because it probably does. Vote like your family depends on it, because they do.
Mhm.
Like,
And not only your family, your children, your children's children,
yes,
and the children of your children's children.
yes. Look at what we're seeing right now. Do you want the people who are at the head of people who are jamming up roads and trying to keep every illegal in country that they can in leadership? Or do you want conservatives who want to see the best interests of all the people that live here already and are citizens in control? And if you go for the Conservative Party, at this point, we're looking at more and more or closely aligned Christians than Trump is, right? Right now we have Trump, and he's not like a uniquely Christian man, but Vance is a Catholic man, and I know that he believes in Jesus Christ and wants to have a more Christ-centered country. And there's plenty of others up and coming that also want that. I don't see any of that on the other side.
And what I like from the Trump administration so far in this term is the establishment of the faith office, and then the outlawing of bigotry toward Christians from the federal government. That was two very big moves in my book that were my favorite. Because I saw in 2020 the direction it was going, and post the whole gay marriage thing, how Christians were being treated and persecuted, and and then seeing the influx of Islam and other ideologies that inherently persecute Christians. I thought that those two were like very good foundational moves by the Trump administration. So.
Yep. I think this is true. This statement from Not Voltaire: either Christianity wins or Islam does.
Yeah.
And I think that's the crash course we're headed on.
Mm-hmm.
Like
And
this.
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, well, you see like all of the Somali fraud and all of these different things happening. You see, that's Minnesota, right? Like the same state that all of this stuff right now is happening in is corruption from people being brought in and all these things. You got like Dearborn, Michigan. You've got New York with an Islamic mayor. Like there is a push for their political sway, and if we don't stand up, they will take the reins. I promise you.
Oh, yeah.
It is a tenet of Islam to take over the political system where they are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're a theocracy. You can't separate the religion from the politics with Islam.
Yep.
So that inherently becomes an issue for a country like the United States, to where something like Sharia law is just completely incompatible with our form of law and governance. It just doesn't work out. Even on a societal level, it's completely incompatible. And if it's widespread implication through means of government, especially here in the United States, it would result in widespread bloodshed. And the ones that would be persecuted the most are our young women under Sharia law. So, yeah, it's definitely not good. And of course, me being me, I see Islam as Antichrist. So, it may offend some, but I root it in Scripture. 1 John 2:22-23 says, "Who is a liar? But he that denieth that Jesus is the Christ. He is Antichrist that denieth the Father and the Son. Whosoever denieth the Son, the same hath not the Father. But he that acknowledges the Son has the Father also." So Islam immediately rejects Christ as the Son of God.
Yep.
Rejects the idea that God is a Father. Therefore, according to the Apostle John, who has way more authority than me on the subject, that whole religion is Antichrist.
Yep. Well, I have all kinds of theories, but
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs, I would say. But yeah, Islam is the number one source of Christian martyrdom since its conception, killing way more Christians than Rome ever did. And I think that speaks for itself alone, especially when we look at passages from like Revelation 20. So Revelation 20 tells us about the first resurrection. Something that all branches of what we call based Christianity affirm is the resurrection of the dead. It's codified in the Nicene Creed as well. If this will load for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But in the first resurrection, it mentions those that are beheaded for the witness of Christ and for the
It
gospel.
does. It does. It's I don't think we're done with that, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it must continue until, Christ returns.
Yeah. Well,
But yeah, I think if we put up a good front here in the United States, we can overcome it for sure. Especially to a united front of Orthodox, Catholic, and of course, based Protestantism. We can definitely stand a good ground against it.
yeah, I would just tell everybody to do their part. Like, we have to pay attention. That's part of it. Like, if you're a Christian and you're asleep to everything going on, you need to wake up.
Mhm.
Pay attention. Because, like, one, your voice to the next generation matters. Like, for me, and for yourself, I think too. I'm married, almost 18 years now. I have children. It is vitally important for young men to find wives, get married, and have children, and raise them in the church, raise them in Christ, and because that is the greatest safeguard to the legacy of a Christian-centered nation. But it's also the failure that we've seen happen over the last few generations, right? And so we here now have the ability to change that, to curb that, to fight against that. And so
Yep,
I
we
think
definitely
that's-
need to make a very quick course correction before it's too late to make that U-turn.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm definitely on board with that.
we've already given way too much ground. That's part of it.
Well,
And there's too many versions of weak Christianity that just let it happen. Just let everything in the door. And then we're not called to just let every enemy take what they want from us. That's not.
yeah, for sure. That's why I'm trying to find some of these more progressive liberal pastors to try to get into the debate sphere. If I can bring them to heal or at least show where they're in error, not just for them personally, but for others watching, it might sway the opinions of those who are leaning toward that progressive Christianity and bring it back to a more based in conservative ideology. Yeah, so at least that's one of my hopes.
Yeah, Emmett, thank you for the ghetto raid. I appreciate it. You going to crash? You going out? Thank you for the ghetto raid. I didn't know if you were going to pop on or not when you were done, but that's crazy, Mr. A socialist Christian. That doesn't even make sense to me. Like, it doesn't register as viable.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Marx anti-Christianity or anti-religion in general? Not entirely
Marx, I'm sure he was anti. I'm sure Karl Marx was
socialism
atheistic.
Socialism is just another fancy word for Marxism.
Yeah, I'm
Right,
sure he would
communism.
say the same kind of thing as others did, like that religion is copium for the masses and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I mean, we know that a huge swath of those folks are, what would you say, secular as it is, Blood Logos. Like, I think a larger portion in their homeland is either full-on atheistic seculars or something else. I don't know.
Especially in modern times.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah, well, I
definitely
mean, look,
more along the line of atheists.
yeah, well, they have like gay flags raised in their capital cities, and like,
Mhm.
I don't know. It's
Yep.
again, we live in a
And
weird
they
time.
always have like this personal axe to grind against Christianity.
Yep.
But they give concession to Islam, which is very, very strange, especially
It's
from a feminist position of theirs.
super bizarre.
Yeah.
Super bizarre. Like, I don't know, man. Again, we live in weird times because
Mhm.
and I think that the world is much different than I thought it was growing up. You know, like you get to a point and you're like, I didn't think this is what the world was, but I see it clearly now, or more clearly at least than I did. And it's definitely way more messed up than I thought.
Mhm. Yep, and they are all what I'd like to call common enemies of Christ.
Yep.
You know, if you're a Christ hater, then you're an enemy of Christ. And from what I've seen, the leftists they vehemently hate Christ. They hate the church. Don Lemon led a gang
Chris?
of protesters up into a church, which was completely deplorable, in my opinion. So,
Yeah, it's terrible. I
Mhm.
like looked at the clipping of Lemon in that crowd, and
yeah,
it's
you've
just
got
appalling to
children.
me.
You've got
Just
them taking
appalling.
children out the back of the church scared and stuff like that. That's terrible. Like, you know, we do have a right for peaceful assembly as well
Yep.
as Christians, and that includes our houses of worship.
Yep.
You don't like I don't know, that bugs me so much
It's
because
super wild.
Mhm. Because not only are they invading like a private space, but they were disrupting a Christian worship, and they had literally no regard for it whatsoever. It meant nothing to them.
Well,
So
I'll say that I'm reminded of a call to cast down every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of Christ.
mhm.
And we're seeing an awful lot of that recently. So,
Yep, for sure. And
Emmett
then
Till.
something else that blows my mind is so I was watching Lemon's videos, and the woman that he was with claimed to be a reverend or something like that. Said she's there under God's authority. That literally drove me bonkers. I'd like to get her in a debate if she doesn't
man.
end up in a federal penitentiary. What was it, the KKK Act or something like that?
Yep.
That they were going to charge him under.
Yep. Yep, that and the FACE Act or whatever. Those
Mhm.
two both should cover it. It's just
Oh, very effectively too.
I just don't understand, like, at what point do you, as somebody who's claiming to be a reverend and a civil rights or a constitutional lawyer, think that this is a good choice to march
Yeah.
into a church, stop the assembly, and protest?
Mhm.
Like, even if somebody in
over a
that
secular
church,
issue.
yeah, well, even if that church's pastor or one of the pastors or somebody in the clergy of the church is an ICE agent or has something to do with ICE, that doesn't give you the right to disrupt the service of all the Christians involved. Like, that's
Exactly.
wild to me.
And it turns out they didn't even have the right guy. They just had the same or similar name.
That's freaking crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and
What's
that's
new,
why
Emmett?
that's another reason why I don't recognize the ordination of females.
True.
No. I'm like my granddaddy in that sense.
I don't. I never have.
I think it's because
Yep,
Not at all. Like yeah, no.
yep, definitely not. It goes against the rules Paul laid out for ordination, especially.
That's actually brought up in Rachel's book too. Some of the feminist movements that pushed to get all of those things moved into position.
They blatantly ignored those scriptures, and that's a problem. That's why if I ever debated a female so-called reverend or pastor, I'd hold them right to those scriptures. And if they say, well, that's subjective or whatever, then I would just offer them a Sharpie. Be like, here, you can highlight your Bible. Deback it.
Emmett, that was a good debate you hosted.
It was an interesting debate.
It was
Good to see you,
interesting for
Ross.
sure.
Good to see you, Abe. Came
Good
here
to
to
see you,
say
Emmett.
hello.
God bless.
God bless.
Are you doing all right?
Yeah, just tired. I streamed like 15 hours yesterday.
You kind of look like you want to punch a hole in the world.
Something like that.
Something like that.
I
Who
need
won?
to start painting. I think Marte had the better idea. I think, as I said, it's not about the gender. Like at the end, I got into a little bit of a scuffle myself. I don't think it's about the gender. I think it's about the ethics and the ideas behind it. So I don't care. I don't care if you have a penis of a vagina. I'm gonna go after the ethics and the framework and probably the descriptors as well in some cases. So
So
that is what that's what matters when it comes to this kind of debates. I don't know.
I would say I lean towards agreeing with that statement. The one thing I would say is obviously you have to care about the opinion because if you have a wife, you have to care about your wife's opinion. You have to care about, like, you have a daughter, you need to care about your daughter's opinion. The only time I can see a value in not caring about a woman's opinion is like a woman that's in a space that isn't supposed to be there. And like if you have a disagreement with women in the workplace, that makes sense. I could see that.
No, but
Um,
you care, but you have to care if it's not supposed to be there because
Right.
you have to take her out
Right.
of there.
right. If
So at the
she's
end of the day,
supposed
you
to be
still
there,
have
yeah.
to care. No,
Yes.
she's not supposed to be there. You have
Well-
to care to get her out of there.
Right, but you don't have to care about the opinion. Right? Because that
No,
was the
but you
problem
have
with the
to-
opinion.
But at the end of the day, you have to care. Like you have to, and you have to be.
And that's
you,
what
you
I
need
said.
to be able to make the argument and be right in the argument, so that when you
That's-
say "get the fuck out," it's not just because it has a vagina, because she's not supposed to be there.
That is true.
And I would say the same. I would say the same thing about dude. Like there are, right now we're deporting people, and
Yep.
some of them or most of them might be men.
Yep.
So if you're going to say "get the fuck out," you have to be able to say why.
Yep.
It's not about
Yep.
the genitals. It's about the ideas.
I think you need to care, and I agree with that statement from Blood Logos. Caring about and accepting are different. You don't have to accept, but you better care, because if you're indifferent, that's how you let things go to shit.
And that's why I brought up when they were talking about indifferent, and one of them were talking about the definition. That's why I brought the definition up. It was not to attack anybody. It was just a clarifying of what the definition of the
Yep.
word is, so that we have an understanding in general. That's like the only thing I did as a moderator, because they were having a good conversation on their own.
Yep.
But
Well, there's
yeah.
there's some truth to the statement. Evil thrives where men are indifferent.
Yeah.
There's truth in that statement.
Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. I just said I did a very long stream yesterday. I just want to say
How
hi.
dare you?
Remember that day that I made you stream and then I rage quit and just
Dude, then I
left?
streamed like forever afterwards too. I was like, freaking like I don't even remember how long it was. I just kept going forever because of it. And then you
You were
came
just-
back on.
You were so mad at me. Like
I think it was feigned anger mostly, but it was funny. It was way funny. You
Nah,
told
you
me
were
sleep
mad.
is for the weak, so I stayed
Yeah.
up and you went to bed.
Well, I said that to you when you were like, I don't know if I should sleep. And I was like, oh, sleep is for the weak. You have to do it. And then and then you just like start. I rage quit and go to bed.
And then I streamed the whole night into the next day. I was like, fine, I'll just stay awake forever then.
And then I come back up like, what are you doing? Like you just started. I've been streaming all this time.
That was so fantastic. Good night,
What
Scott.
did you do? I went to bed. You went to
Oh.
bed and you made me stream.
It was so good.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go. Well, I'm gonna
Alright.
go ahead and let myself go so I can take my dog out and give it some food.
Do you want to shout anything out before you go?
Yes, I have the debate planned on the 2nd. So Manure versus me, which is Christianity or Islam, which creates a better economic system for society. That is the topic. And I'm gonna probably be having a debate. I don't know when exactly yet. They have to get it. Blosted said that he needs to have the debate with Marte before he has the debate with me. The debate is going to be on whether or not libertarianism is a possible political system. So those are the two debates that I'm looking for. I've been looking to do the possible political system for libertarianism for a long time. So I'm pretty happy about that one, and I hope it works well.
That should be
because
awesome.
I've been really looking forward to have that debate.
That should be awesome.
And what other things I have? Yeah, tomorrow I'm starting painting my miniatures. Have you seen them? They look freaking cool.
I saw
Yeah, the
some.
miniatures are cool.
So I just did the bases. You wanna? I think I sent. Oh, I didn't send you a picture. Let me send you a picture. I finished the parts of the bases. I need to add a little bit more, but they're almost done. And I just sent them to you. They look way taller. They look way better now they're in their bases, and now they're not like falling over. Pretty awesome. And
That's
I just need
badass.
to add like little small details to them, which they're gonna be cool.
Oh man, that's awesome.
I'm gonna be probably painting starting tomorrow or Tuesday. Oh, and I have I think I have goth. Maybe this Wednesday I will be having cute goth interview. An interview with a cute goth story. Cynic. A cute goth cynic. Yeah, that's the thing.
You should do like a
That-
whole episode.
That of what?
How to be a cute goth cynic.
Oh, that is the interview. It's about how to be a good, cute goth cynic.
Perfect.
That's the idea.
Perfect.
And yeah.
Perfect. You know what you're doing to me. You're killing me, Emmett.
Why?
With all your
Bring
mini
them up.
action.
bring the miniatures up so that people see them. It's a lot of
Fine.
fucking work.
Fine. Listen. You saw it in my
So-
Discord. Did I post the picture of the sword I made?
You did? Didn't you?
No,
don't
did
know.
I? I don't know if I did or not.
I don't know. I don't remember. I
Okay,
think you
so
did.
you've seen it though, right? The sword I made for my kids' action figures.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen
so like I do that like that's like wood and like HVAC tape and like I literally hand carve them out and then HVAC taped the blade and then took like foil, like colored foil and wrapped the hilt and like all of it, super glue, everything. And I'm like watching you do minis and I'm like, I want to do that so bad.
dude, it's like the most satisfying shit I've ever done in my life.
Yes.
Just building them and they look incredible. It's
Makes
so good.
sense. It makes sense. Hold on. Let me see the other
Yeah,
ones
they
here.
look
Hold
really
on.
cool.
Those are badass.
So they still need to add a little bit more to them. Not much, just a little bit more detail to the bases, and then is painting them, which is gonna take a long time.
Those are so
It's
cool,
probably gonna be
dude.
like 2 to 3 hours each mini, maybe more because it's the first time I've done it. But I put a lot of detail on them, a lot of little details.
Emmett just
a lot
wants
of stuff.
Abe jealous enough to start playing 40K with him. And then the next thing we know, there's going to be dual streams of Abe and Emmett making and painting freaking minis.
And we're gonna
And
be
then-
having
and then
competition. So
Emmett
who
will be
does it
like,
better.
I'll meet you in Yellowstone for an epic
Yellowstone.
battle. And next thing you know, there's going to be a 40K battle. Emmett's going to show up in
Yellowstone.
Space Marine armor to fight in Yellowstone. And just a hint, there's a super volcano in Yellowstone.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys. Good to see you, Roz. Good
to see you, Emmett.
Abe.
God
Good
bless.
night, brother. God bless you. All right.
I'm gonna have to get to bed here pretty soon too. It's getting pretty late where I'm at, and I've got
That's-
an early morning
Makes plenty of sense to me.
back to work. But I'm a bit of a nerd myself. My guilty pleasure is miniature starships.
That's badass too.
I'm a Trekkie, so I've got
It's good
3
stuff.
Enterprises and Vengeance from the Kelvin timeline because it's just a cool looking ship.
That's pretty awesome. My kids have a couple of Gundams that they have to put together. They haven't done it. I should sit down with them and help them. But they each have one to do right now that are sitting on the shelf undone. So,
Gundams are always fun to build.
yeah, they're pretty badass too. So,
Yeah, for sure. But I'm gonna get out of here, get some sleep. Good night, Abe. Thanks for having me
Yes.
up, and it was great talking with you.
of course, God bless you, Rev Russ. Thank you for coming up.
God bless you too, brother. Have a great night.
You as well. You as well. All right. Do we have anybody else in chat that wants to come up? You can ask me questions. You can argue with me about a position I've held. You can, whatever you'd like to do. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm willing. You tell me. Otherwise, I will have to just send you off or review something. And I don't know if that's what you want me to do. So there's a link. Chit chat, fatty crack. What, y'all? I don't know what we're doing. We're just like BSing at this point. It's just like a BS stream, like BS with Abe stream. Can you teach Elder how to play Grand Theft Auto? You know what? Somebody in my Bye, Cat. Have a good night. Somebody in my Discord asked if I would play GTA on stream, I think. I don't have GTA, so I don't know if I could teach him. I haven't played GTA in a really long time, but
Of course, wait, this is
that sounds good, Blood Logos. I'm gonna try. I've been trying ever since all the crap happened. I've been trying to figure out a good stream schedule, and it's not been easy to get good timelines, but at some point here soon, I'm gonna start doing more daytime-ish, or earlier date. So, not like early, because that's not gonna happen, but earlier than I've been going lately. And more often, obviously. I do know I'm going to have another Suno Wars coming up. you know, the one where Dan and I do music battles. So keep an eye out because there's another Suno war coming up. The Abe versus. So that should be coming up very soon. I'm supposed to talk to him. I was going to talk to him this evening, but I had promised Emmett that I would do a stream with yes, Blood Logos.
Slava. That's there, but
We do like a theme and then back and forth against each other, or
it's safer to go
symbolically me against other things, and he helps run it. So, yeah. Welcome, I want. So, yeah, it should be for fun. Yes, with Norwegian Dan. Norwegian Dan is my producer, and he was way more active with me, but then he got really busy, and now he has time again to do things. So that'll be really cool.
I'm pretty sure that is next. It's
Well, thank you, Ruck. I try to be. I'm pretty laid back as a person. I don't get like spurgy and crazy. Honestly, there was a time in my life where I was much more like that, but these days, look, I'm in my 40s. I've been married 18 years. I got 2 teenagers. I'm a combat veteran. Like, I don't have a reason to be all hyper crazy or freaking out about stuff. I'm too laid back for that crap at this point. So it takes a lot to get me to that point. And if I get to that point, you know something's going on. So if I get really fiery, it'll be something, though. Like, I always say that too. Like, if Dark Abe, that's what I like to call it, if Dark Abe comes out, it'll be like scorching. That's what it will be. And sometimes you guys can see hints of it, like when I'm debating. If I debate a topic that I'm like really invested in, you'll see it come out a little bit. But it's that whole walk gently and carry a big stick thing. So does anybody have any questions? Any topics they'd like me to talk about or look into? Anything like that from the chat? Because I'm here, you're here. Might as well.
It is early. Dang it.
Might as well, might as well. Yes, yes, yes. One sec. All right, Mister. I will wait a second. And I agree with you too, Ruck. Like, there's always chaos ensuing in the space, it seems like. Not just in the space, obviously, right? Our whole country feels like it's in chaos land right now. All the stuff in Minnesota, all the political, all the craziness. So, okay, I'll bring up that quote. All right. Let's share my screen. Rottler. Sure. Okay. Monsignor, and I am reminded on this holy day of the sad story of Kitty Genovese. As you all may remember, a long time ago, almost 30 years ago, this poor soul cried out for help time and time again, but no person answered their calls. Though many saw, no one so much as called the police. They all just watched as Kitty was being stabbed to death in broad daylight. They watched as her assailant walked away. Now we must all fear evil men, but there is another kind of evil which we must fear most, And that is the indifference of good men.
Why is it giving me some to say that?
And that's what I was actually kind of referencing earlier.
I don't think it is though.
Do you want me to bring you up or just pull that up?
Get. That's what you get. for putting on freaking timer that quick. Can't believe I just got that. Okay, where are we? Where are we?
Okay, hold on.
Maybe.
Mr. Bring me up. Okay. Gotcha. Good to see you, Mr. Mister.
Yeah, it's good to see you. How you doing? How's your
All
health?
right. It's okay.
It's good.
One day at a time. One day at a time.
This won't be too long, but it's important to show our side of this because
Oh, it's
sometimes we look at things and you know, after seeing what happened over the last 2 days, right? And I'm not calling anybody out, but without going, hey, you know, we joke and stuff like that, but I went over to a stream, right? And I said to the guy, I was like, look, I'm putting this on the governor, right? On
Yep.
the mayor. And it's like they wanted to ignore that side of it altogether, right?
Yep.
But the causality of the, you know, of the outcomes are, it's not that if a life is lost, that's not important. But if you can ignore the why altogether,
Which
then
is
we have a
constantly
problem.
What they do. It's constantly what they
Right.
try to do, right?
So this video is by a guy, right-leaning guy, Matt Morse.
Yeah,
And
Matt Morse is awesome.
they had I forget who the guy was. He was an independent journalist. It infiltrated the left-wing group chat of all the people in Minneapolis. It'll be
Oh.
coming out soon. And basically it shows what we've been, you know, saying the whole time, that this isn't random. These aren't, you know, like, hey,
Like
we're
you-
all going to Minnesota. We're just going to you know, protest or anything like that.
Well, yeah,
There-
I keep trying
there's
to tell people they're paid organizations and they're sending people from places like Oregon into Minneapolis to freaking.
right. It's, and this is the thing, you know this because you were military, you know. And a guy said to me one time, I was like, and this is partly on us, right? Like he says to me, I'm like, man, this really sucks. I'm like, they're all out there, and we know what they're doing is wrong. Like, what's the point, right? But then this, I remember this leader. He said to me, he was like, close the door and have a seat. I said, okay. And I'm like, well, why do you do it? If you're like one or two voices of dissent amongst the crowd, why are you still here? And he's like, if I wasn't here, then who's gonna speak out against it? Who's gonna, you know? They just, their power just goes unchecked. That's
Yep.
basically what happens.
It's absolutely
that's-
true.
Yeah. So
You can work as a balancer or you can walk away. But if you walk away, know that you've left a hole and they'll fill it with a
Right.
corrupt person instead of you.
yeah, that was one of the best leaders I'd ever known. But yeah, this video is amazing. It's not that long. We don't have to watch the full 20 minutes, maybe just like 5 or 10 minutes, but you'll get the point within the
Awesome.
first like couple minutes.
Awesome. Let's do it. Make sure my volume is good. Okay.
Independent journalist by the name of Cam Higbee has just, I kid you not, infiltrated a left-wing Signal group chat, private group chat, in which members of the far left in the Minneapolis area have been tracking, monitoring, and obstructing federal law enforcement operations during their ongoing deportations. And the amount of information that has just been exposed by nature of infiltrating this far left signal chat is frankly absolutely astounding. These far left radicals are, one, very organized. It's going to blow your socks off. And two, there's a lot of them, hundreds, perhaps even thousands. And it's not just random people. It's not just paid protesters, agitators. They are in there. We have the names, but it's also senior ranking members of the Minnesota state government, members of the progressive left. We're going to talk about that also. That's right. They all got exposed.
Oh, man.
And by the way, right now, this is pretty much the biggest news story in the entire nation. Elon Musk himself earlier this morning has been working overtime to help shine a light on all of this information. And numerous members of the Trump administration itself are now digging into all of this information right now as well. So today, what we're going to do, folks, is go over all of this information. We are doing an investigative deep dive. So bear with me, everybody, put on your seatbelt to really get a better understanding of what is going on here. Now, like I said, this is independent journalist Cam Higby. He infiltrated the Signal chat. Take a look at this. He says, I have infiltrated organizational Signal chat groups all around Minneapolis who have the sole intention of tracking down federal agents and impeding, assaulting, and obstructing federal law enforcement officers. Buckle up. All of this is going to be revealed. Each area of the city has a Signal or several Signal chats. Let's start with a screen recording of all the members of the South Side group chat to kick things off. Take a look at this. Put this up on the big screen. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the names. And this goes on for 30 seconds. Look at this. People are using their real names, first name, oftentimes
That's
first name, last
crazy.
name. And now we've got more investigative journalists digging into this, saying, wait a minute, I know that guy. Wait a minute, that guy works here. This is that guy. He works in the school board. He's a part of city council, whatever, etc. It just goes on and on. There's hundreds, perhaps thousands of them. And this is just one Signal chat for one part of the city. This is only one neighborhood of the city. Cam Higby goes on. I have been undercover inside of these group chats for days. You're going to notice emojis next to the people's names. Here's a key for what those emojis mean. The highlighted positions are the most crucial. Most are self-explanatory. Mobile patrols spend their entire shift searching for suspicious ICE vehicles. When they find one, they send it to the group chat so that the plate checkers can compare with their database and see if it's a known federal vehicle or if the patrol can make the confirmation that the database can be updated. So this is shocking. Ladies and gentlemen, what this means is that people inside of these far left groups.
Thank you, the Gauntlet. Thank you, Sarah, for the raid. I appreciate it. I did not see that until just now. Thank you very much. We're just reviewing this video of Matt here showing us that Cam Higby is inside Signal chats in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and this is all being, I don't know, planned, communicated through these Signal chats to huge groups of people, and that means that this is all pre-planned. This is tactical planning for impeding and obstructing ICE in Minneapolis. Just so you all know. This, to me, screams terror cell. That's what this screams to me. I don't.
Well, let's just forget about that for a second, right? The part that really is shocking to me is the fact that senior ranking officials are implicated, which means that you're an elected official and you're involved in it, and then you're telling the public, you're projecting this image, right, in the media.
Yeah.
And then what you're doing is you're like, okay, let's take Waltz for instance. He goes on the news and he's like, listen guys, don't give them what they want, right? But then these types of people are then going into these chats and then being like, guys, We need you to dox them. We need you to embed them. We need you to not let them do anything, right?
Yeah.
So they're getting
Yeah.
criminal referrals to the DOJ. Tim Pool just released a video about they're going after Ilhan Omar now. So
Good. Get them all,
But-
dude.
it's
This has to
not
be
good.
weeded out. This has to get rooted
Yeah.
out. And it needs exposed everywhere. Like everywhere. So we should make a concerted effort that everybody in the space that's on the right side puts this out there, because it needs to be spread. People have to know that this is going on, because this should break public trust of the Democrat Party. Like everybody involved, all of the progressives. This reminds me of like Andrew saying, I hate progressives. I hate these people, right? This is why, right here. This is why.
Well, let's put it into context for a minute, okay?
This is
You
evil.
have right. Well, the point that I kept making, right, and I don't want to go into a debate type of format, right? And I was talking with several creators about this, Confluence, Dusty, and a few others, and I tried to make this point that, like, look, the law clearly states this. It's a compromise between the states, right? We all agree that we are going to yield to federal immigration enforcement responsibility.
Yep.
Did we not all agree to this?
Yep.
Yes. And that's the base. That's the heart of it. And so, therefore, what you have is you have sitting governors that are saying, F that, we're not going to adhere to it. and people just want to take that part of it and throw it right out the window. They want to be like, no, that's not a thing. And you know how I know that that's the heart of the problem? Because every person that is complaining about it does not want to put that into their narrative, right?
Yeah.
They just ignore it completely. They'll say
Yeah.
things like, this is unjustified, this is this, and that's that. But
Yep. And
Article 1,
remind me-
Section 8.
Yeah.
Right. It's like,
Remind me who has sole authority over immigration policy in the United States, Mr. Mister?
yeah, it's the federal government, not the
Oh,
state.
yeah.
And I made
Go
this
ahead.
argument. I made this argument months ago, even before all this started happening, because I saw it coming.
Yep.
I said, look, can somebody tell me, are you for states' rights or you're not? Because when we're not in charge, we're saying we adhere to the federal law. What does that
Yep.
mean? Texas looks to that happened in Eagle Pass. We're consistent with our view. Texas said at Eagle Pass, federal government, do your job. Come down here and enforce the law, and they wouldn't. Remember that? In fact, they told Texas, you're not going to do, and we said, wait a minute, it's the federal law. You're supposed to come down here and do it. And okay, so now let's establish that. When they're in charge, they're like, no, we're not, we're going to leave it open. We're not going to enforce it. But then when we're in charge, it changes. Now all of a sudden it becomes a state's right. And so I said to them, I was like, okay, well, how is it then, if you want to be for states' rights and we just grant it, we say, okay, you know what? You want to be a sanctuary city? That's fine. But what gives you the right to tell another state that they have to adhere by the sanctuary city policy, meaning they're going to allow migrants to cross state lines?
That's
They
freaking
cannot
crazy.
win. They can't win it on either side of the argument.
Look at this text. This is from somebody from O'Keefe Media Group. We know you're in Minneapolis. You're with O'Keefe and his crew of Nazis. You're in a white Ford, license plate, blah, 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 from Florida. You have 1 hour to leave or you're dead. Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
But we're the authoritarians, right, guys? We are the authoritarians. This is wild.
Jeez.
Wild.
That's why I said, dude, like this screams of terror cell. This is the kind of stuff that you see in places like we've been. And this is exactly how it works. They will send it out to everybody that the enemy's in this area. This is what you got to do. This is just communication through back channels to obstruct and cause damage against the law that has been agreed upon, that is already written. Like we're witnessing progressives try to take some level of secession. That's what's happening.
Well, here's the thing, okay? They don't want that right now, and I'll explain why.
Go ahead.
They are close to if this cycle coming up, and you know how important it is to me, right? What I'm what I've been working on for a long time.
Yep.
But if they win, right, they have total control. They're not going to win, but they still believe they're going to. This redistricting battle that's happening at the moment, how they won in Virginia, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the gerrymandering that they've been doing. What I'm trying to point out here is that they have been hypocrites for the longest time. And for the first time in a long time, we're gut punching them back, and they can't handle it. It's like a kid crying, you know, about the game not being fair when they're not playing fair.
Right. This is why we can't let up. This is why we have to push forward. This is why we have to win.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, you ready?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, let's play the sucker.
In these Signal group chats, some of them are working inside the government because they have access to license plate databases. Because it begs the question, how exactly are they checking the license plates? They have access to the license plate databases. A random person can't do that. I can't go check some license plate database. They're in the government. They are in the government. Dispatch runs a maxed out call all day telling protesters where exactly ICE has been spotted and how they can best be impeded.
Holy crap.
Here's a photo. Unvetted chat, while on a shift, please put emoji in front of your signal name so we know your role and location. Mobile patrol, stationary patrol, foot patrol, dispatch, hyperlocal group messenger, school/transport safety spotters, license plate checker, medic, aftercare provider. They all have special roles, special functions. All right, guys, I'm patrolling on foot. Well, I'm in my car driving around. This is...
Dude, Mr. This is like unit construction. Like this is like tactical movement.
Yeah, this is not random.
What the shit?
And we all know that they're paid, right?
Yep.
Like a little bit further into the video, what you'll see how he explains how between the group chats, they're all clocking in and clocking out. Like they'll say like name blah blah blah, checking out or whatever, and then it'll be like okay, and you know if you're understanding how they operate, right? If you've looked into the other group and everything like that, you know there has to be a trail or a mark of the body of work that you do to get paid.
Right.
So, you know, and I want to be as accurate as I can. It's not just them, right? That's why I said, you know, we're not just up against them.
Right.
We're up against people on our side that are trying to undermine us as well. Right.
Right.
Right. Some of that bill that just happened recently where they gave a bunch of money to NGOs and people are pissed about it. Like 40-something Republicans voted for it. So not only do we have to I'm just trying to, you know, explain to everybody what we're up against. Not only do we have to worry about them, but we have to worry about our people you know, opposing our own views and everything like that as well. Like,
Right.
and we have to find out exactly what their names are and make sure they get primaried.
Yep.
Like, that's what we have to do.
We have to.
That's why I said, and for as much shit as they give Rob Noor and everything like that, okay, like, and I keep saying this, he's the closest to accurate MAGA as I've seen.
Right.
Meaning he understands, you know,
Yep.
that side, like our side, and who's, you know,
Yep.
causing a roadblock for it. You know what
Yep.
I'm saying?
Yep.
So
I do. I know exactly.
that's
what you mean.
why people like Pisco and Destiny, they don't like him a lot because if it
because
was just
they're-
a rhino,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Then they'd be like, okay, no problem. We've dealt with that type before. They're idiots. They don't know what they're talking about. But when the only portion of the right that's actually changing something can gain power, right, and can grow in that sense, that's the real threat to them. So that's why I said that.
Yep. I agree with you. All right. Well, maybe I'll wait until this raid hits and then I'll keep going here. Give me just a second, chat, and we will continue on with this. But I agree with you. We have to call it out for sure. Because this is crazy.
Right. And we're logging their names. Like, we know who they are, you know?
Yep.
So
Yep.
I look at, like, and I think I was in a chat, in Rob's chat, like, a couple days ago, and I was like, you know, a few of them saw it as nihilism. And I was like, guys, that's not what this is. This is us taking control of our own side and gaining the majority to be able to if there's dissension amongst our own group, we have to be able to say to them, this is antithetical to what we're trying to accomplish. Like, why would you do that? Why would you give 50,000 condoms to people in Afghanistan in the name of equality? Like, how does that help our agenda? Right?
Not ourselves.
Right?
A Mater raid.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you, sir, for the raid. I appreciate it. Please like and subscribe, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going over some information that's been put out today by Matt Morse about he got information from Cam Higby, who has I guess he's been undercover in signal chats in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and a lot of information is coming out, and Mr. Mister here was helping me through this video of Matt Morse covering that. And the screen we're on right now was a signal chat with the delineations of what positions each of the people who are in this signal call, which there's hundreds or even thousands of them, with different tags for what job they're doing. So mobile patrol, stationary patrol, foot patrol, dispatch, license plate checkers, and earlier I pulled up a picture from somebody from the O'Keefe Media Group who had received a text telling them they know
Wait.
that they're in the city. Huh?
Do you still have that? The other, what Voltaire showed?
Yeah.
Can you show that to the Raiders? Because I'm certain that they'd be like, oh, that's bullshit, unless you actually showed it. But I feel like some of them are in the middle and they need to see something like that.
All right. This right here.
Hmm. I can't read it because I'm like zoomed out.
we know you're in Minnesota. You're with O'Keefe and his crew of Nazis. You're in a white Ford license plate and it's blacked out from Florida. You have 1 hour to leave or you're dead.
The tolerant
And-
left, ladies and gentlemen. The tolerant left.
Yep.
These
And-
are the moral and virtuous protesters, the peaceful observers, if you will, of Minnesota, right? That's the narrative that they're pushing.
Yep. And to be fair, like I just showed you here, this is from their signal chat. They have license plate checkers. So they are literally checking license plates to find out if it's a unknown ICE vehicle, because they have somebody inside of the office, the state or county office, checking license plate numbers. So here we go. We're going to continue on with this video. He's going to expose more of what's going on over there.
Is insane, and now the lid has been blown off. It goes on. For each occupation or shift position, protesters have to undergo training. It's unclear what that training entails, other than numerous slides of instructions. I've seen it mentioned repeatedly. Who is paying for all of this? They have, it almost looks like a training. They've got almost like a PDF or a PowerPoint presentation that you've got to work through to go through your training. And they're all talking about their training here. Now, by the way, I actually have some of the training material. I'm going to show you. I was able to find this on my own. I'll show you what that looks like here in a minute, but hold that thought. Cam Higby goes on to say, excuse me, each chat for a specific part of the city has smaller districts broken up within it called, quote, patrol zones, which guide the ICE chasers on where they should be or position. They have the entire city mapped out. All right, guys, I'm doing a foot patrol in zone 2A. All right, I'm doing a car patrol in zone 4B. They are, this is highly coordinated.
Yeah, this is
sharing our
tactical
Bloomington
right here.
patrol zone map, which is loosely based on city council districts. You want to talk about RICO? You want to talk about a RICO case? I think we've got it. Listen, all of these people. It gets worse though. You guys have seen nothing yet. We're going to keep going here. Here is a screen recording of their license plate database as well as a link to its instructions. What do we have here? Full screen this. docs.proton.me is the website.
Holy
Access
crap.
the data. ICE plate search. The tool linked above is the recommended option for quickly looking up license plates. It accesses the Minneapolis ICE plate data set along with plate data sets from other sources.
Dude.
Shocking. They have instructions and material on how to check all of this stuff, how to quickly scan the plates. Confirmed ICE, masked or uniformed ICE agents seen in the vehicle. Highly suspected ICE. They've got different threat levels. Confirmed ICE, highly suspected ICE, suspected ICE, and cleared not ICE. Unknown, the unknown category. And so they are categorizing all of the license plates they can into a massive license.
This is freaking wild. Like access to the Minneapolis ICE database? Like what? What?
Well, do you know who Dr. Carlin Boroshenko is? You seen her do you see her channel before?
Who?
Caroline Boroshenko.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yep.
Yeah, she follows them. She goes undercover with them and everything like that. And you know, like 90% of what I see from her, I agree with. But there's a part of it that she says that, you know, they're individualized, right? Like there's cells, and that part I agree with. Now, the part about like they're not, you know, overwhelmingly funded by one group or another, right? Because she gets mad when people are like, it's Soros. Well, he is doing that, but it's not like just him. You know what I'm saying? But the point is when you say like, oh, I can't believe this is happening. She's been pointing this stuff out for the longest time. That they are, you know, they're organized about all this crap. They, you know, this is nothing new. They've been doing this for a long time. And the Antifa are there as well.
But this,
you know,
it seems crazy as hell to me that that they're tactical to the level that they have plate searches for ICE vehicles
Right.
and a full set of websites for specifically for doxing officers. Like that's crazy to me.
Yeah. No, yeah. Well, like I said, this is nothing new. That's why I brought her up, because she's been pointing this out for the longest time, and people just ignore it. Right? She goes undercover, and she's a fantastic creator. Her stuff's like really good. But yeah, this crap here, this is like they've been waiting for this to happen. They've been waiting for something like this, and it's like they're very delicate in the way they're handling this, because like I said, you have the elections coming up, and so there's this other side of it, right? This redistricting battle that's happening.
Right.
And so if they can take control legally, they would prefer it. But at the same time, what they want to do is they want to be like, we have to keep ICE at bay. So it's a very delicate kind of thing happening right now.
Right. It's a
You
dance.
know? Yeah, exactly. You know, like if they wanted total chaos, they could.
Well, it's
Okay,
obvious they could do
they're-
it. Yeah. They just
Yeah.
send out the signals and
Mhm.
freaking go.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
which is bad, because like right now we're seeing like some level of care and tact with the actions being taken. Now
Right.
it's stupid,
Yeah.
but it's being done in a obviously careful manner. But you're right, if they just took the hands off and said it's go time, then we'd have a huge issue, like a huge issue.
Yeah.
And I have to
Mhm.
guess that this is not the only city this is happening in, right? Like if this is happening in Minneapolis, Minnesota, then they've got similar signal contact setups
Mhm.
and plate searches for different places, especially sanctuary cities and
Right.
such, right?
Yeah. Well, another angle of it, and you know, there's a lot of really good creators that are pointing out in different ways. They're infiltrating other zones as well. Like the guy that they poked. I want to be careful about my rhetoric on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I forget the guy's name. Andrew was covering it. I think it
Okay.
was his second day of the ice raids in Minnesota. But the guy that got poked and they
Uh-huh.
chased him out of that guy was about a month prior. He was at a protest, a right-wing protest in Texas, because of the migration of mosques into the heart of Texas for obvious reasons. Yeah.
I see.
And yeah. And so the correlation that I'm making here is that these aren't random migrations, right? They're happening for a reason, and everyone knows why. Because what they do is they push it into a city, they take control, they funnel the money, right? The quality leering centers.
Yeah. Right.
And then in turn, it pushes, everyone gets a cut. And we have the evidence for that, right? We have it documented. We need to be able to put all this together. It's like a cycle. So they funnel the money to other politicians in campaigns, and that's the cycle that they do. And obviously voting is involved in everything like that. That's the other side of it. But yeah, this is what
This is a
they're
concerted,
you know, yeah,
concerted effort
it's
for sure.
surgical, very surgical.
Like this, it screams. I don't know, man. It's a sophisticated effort for sure, and it freaks me out a bit because it says something about whoever's heading these things, honestly.
Right.
Not
Well,
good.
when I look to some of these, you know, the people in the groups, and I don't know if it's being willfully ignorant or anything like that, and I don't fault them, because I feel like they're not looking hard enough at the evidence. If you see it and you just ignore it, then that's one thing. But
Yep.
when you see this, right, what we're looking at, and you add it all together with the Somalia thing, the invasion of Dallas by 26 mosques in less than a year, right? Like Southern California, New York, the Mamdani thing, right? Like, come
Right.
on. They ran a non politician Republican and a accused SA offender against that mayor. And everyone was like, oh, they have a chance of winning, right? We knew they didn't have a chance. We knew Mamdani was going to win. It's a fucking joke.
Fair. Fair. There was no, yeah, it's messed up, dude. Okay, hold on. What is this? Hold on, I got another thing here. People sending me links and such. Okay, great. I'm gonna play this real quick. Mister, sorry. I know, I hate to keep jumping between stuff, but hold on a sec, folks.
No, you're good. I'm just, you know. That was wild, though.
That's
What Voltaire sent, got
Yep.
O'Keefe Media Group.
Yep,
Holy
this
crap.
is another one. This is another one.
No volume.
Really?
Yeah, I don't hear anything. Chat, do you hear anything?
Shoot. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Share, stop, reshare, window. There we go. That should work. Okay. This one, share. That should fix it, I think.
My name is Kyle. I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to record this like 15 times trying to get the message out. They fucked up, okay? Go watch my other videos. Doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up. You've missed the fucking fight. But if you are, it's time to suit up. Boots on the ground. Nicollet and fucking 26th. My house is 4 blocks away. Anywhere between Franklin and Nicollet and 26th and Nicollet. Show up, ready to go. Okay, not talking about peaceful protests anymore. We're not talking about having polite conversations anymore. I am talking specifically to my fucking followers. This is everything I have fucking talked about, and this is exactly what I said was gonna happen. This is exactly what I said was gonna fucking come when we didn't fucking go and march on fucking Whipple with guns. Sorry, but welcome to America 2026, where Second Amendment is the only thing that's going to keep you fucking protected from literal fucking Nazi gunmen that are killing innocent people in the street with impunity. This is not a fucking joke. There's nothing fun to chant about it. Get your fucking guns and stop these fucking people.
Wow.
All right, let's unpack that for a minute, because you remember what I just said about the redistricting?
Yep.
Right? And so what did he just say? He said we were playing nice, right? Somebody's giving them orders. Somebody's giving them marching orders and telling them not to go all the way.
Yep.
They're right? Impede. Don't let them do their job, but don't go too far.
Well, that's what this is about. The signal, right?
Yeah. And so this guy, I think maybe he might have went rogue or whatever, the guy that was just speaking, because I think what they're trying to do now is like I said, the dance, right? See what happens and then react as a result of.
This is
And in reality, we're doing the same thing, kind of, right? We see something happen and then we react, right? But
this is insanity, though.
it is. It's fucking wild.
Damn, dude. This is
License plate database. Here is a screenshot of the active dispatch call. It's always active as well as a shift change. You can see folks are changing their emojis, clocking in and clocking out. Clocking into work, clocking out of work. Look at this. Moody changed their profile name to Plate Moody. Now Moody is monitoring plates. This individual changed their name, so they're changing their emojis depending on what their job is. They're clocking in, clocking out, so you know exactly how many license plate observers you have, how many foot patrollers you have.
White Chevy Silverado with the newly changed plates with the coexist sticker on the back. We're on Irving and Lake Street, going north on Irving.
So he's here listening to this is their 24/7 dispatch call.
We seem to be the only commuters following. Just wanted to give an update on our location.
Thank you. Do you have anyone in the car with you?
Yes, I do.
So this goes on 24 hours a day. I'll play another snippet.
Holy.
Play this.
These 5 observers are on there. KM, I'll probably have you stay on that F-150. But anyone else that's on this call that is currently on that F-150, I think we could use our resources and energy better.
This is insane. You want to talk about insurrection? You want to talk about insurrection? You want to talk about, dare I say, far left domestic terrorists doing every single thing they can to undermine ongoing federal law enforcement operations? Insurrection. Just wait until you hear some of these names that are involved in this.
I can't imagine this is good for them, that this is all
Right.
out.
No, well, here's the thing, right? Like, and I had a very good faith discussion with Flo about this, Dusty,
Mm-hmm.
right? And we came to the conclusion. I said, okay, what if Idaho doesn't agree with California about being a sanctuary a city or state? And he said, okay, well then it's up to Idaho to police its own. And I said, oh, so they can send the National Guard to the Idaho borders and not let any illegals cross into Idaho. And he was like, yeah. And I said, see, that's a compromise. And then after it, I said, congratulations, you just argued for the Insurrection Act, essentially, right?
Yep.
You're going to allow a sanctuary city to not be part of the federal government any longer. That's exactly what that means.
That's soft secession. That's what that is.
Yes, 100%. And I said, okay, look, if it means people not being unalived, I'm okay with it. However, that means you need to close your state border. That's the compromise.
Jeez, dude. Things about to get hairy. Things are about to get real hairy.
Haven't even read that to you guys yet. He posts more recordings of them tailing vehicles, tracking vehicles. A new group chat for each zone is made every single day. The chats are dated and then deleted at the end of the day to delete the evidence. This is likely to avoid detection, record keeping, and consequences. By midday, the group chat hit maximum capacity, 1,000 people allowed by Signal, and people who are not chasing federal agents are asked to leave to create room for more people who are actively tracking federal agents. Thousands in just one little area. The dispatch calls also reach maximum capacity constantly. It's believed it's 50 people maximum, 50 people per voice call, which means at any given moment, any given time in each small zone, there are 50 people in a voice chat chasing federal agents. This quasi-police force uses a system called Salute, which calls out the size of federal units, activity, locations, uniforms, times, and locations. They then instruct their ICE chasers to follow and confront ICE agents at their known locations. So they're compelling people to go and confront, get involved, get up in their face, get your body in between, get your car in between, block traffic. They are everywhere, and local police.
Just one more pause, and then I'm going to shut up for a while. But if this doesn't meet the criteria for what is legally considered obstruction, I don't know what does.
I
Like,
don't
you
know
got to
how
be
this
kidding
isn't.
me.
I don't know how this isn't worse than just obstruction, dude. Like this
Right.
is
Well,
active planning. Like you're
at the
right. This
very
is a
least,
RICO.
at the very least, it's obstruction. Like,
At the very least.
it's, right.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's worse than that. I think this is like Matt was saying, I think that this is like grounds for insurrection because this is full scale planned obstruction by a large group of people against a federal enforcement agency. So, like, I don't know how you get around that. At this point, this is, and if they do track the fact that it's connected to politicians within Minnesota or even worse at a national level, then
Right. Well, this is what I said on Confluence's channel when I went on his panel, and they were all like, "It's not relative to the single event." I'm like, "It absolutely is." Right? Tim Walsh, and there was and I get people are going to be like, "Oh, well, Fox is biased," but they said the exact same thing. Tim Walsh is shitting himself because he got referred to the DOJ. Whether you want to cope or not, that is very relevant to the scenario because the governor he's like a caged animal at this point, right?
Yep.
They caught him, getting referred to the DOJ for indictment, and it is proven that he knew about the Somali fraud. So it's only a matter of time before he's going to be in
right,
he's going to get indicted.
tried.
It's only a matter of time. So what is he trying to do? He's trying to protect himself, or
Yep.
change the narrative or whatever.
Look over there,
That's
look
exactly
over
what
there.
this is.
Yep.
Yep.
Bait and switch. Great.
Police are cooperating. Here, an
to see
observer
ya, NPC.
calls out a possible agent, but says she's just out walking her dog, so she can't continue on. Dispatch called for backup. Also below is a message indicating that local PD may get involved if ICE, quote, hinders public safety. The police called back and said ICE has jurisdiction and to call them back if they hinder public safety. So they're talking to the police every step of the way. Potentially even working directly. I don't know. Is it possible they've got members of the Minneapolis Police Department in?
To be fair, that's possible that they contacted police and the police said ICE has jurisdiction, contact us if there's a threat to public safety, because the PD knows they can't interact, they can't do anything except for assist. At least that's what I hope. That's me being
just it.
hopeful.
Well, look at the narrative here.
Yep.
They were just told that ICE has jurisdiction.
Yep.
It's like, nah, that's fine. We're good on that.
Yep. Yep, we're just going to continue what we're doing, even though. That's
Wild.
These calls
freaking
helping to
wild.
subvert ongoing federal law enforcement operations? Think so? I think so. These thugs apparently have a home base, though I haven't been able to identify it. Here's an ICE chaser indicating that he is expected to return to home base. Look at this. Heading east on foot. Home base is expecting me.
Oh my god.
Home base is expecting me. It's probably the damn Safari restaurant. That's where they operated that that Feeding Our Future scam out of. Here are chasers discussing what should be done after realizing they positively identified my vehicle as ICE, but then found out that it was Cam Higbee. I believe this person might be the aggressive individual in the second photo. So they discovered that Cam Higbee had infiltrated them. He's got more dispatch audio. Oh, let's listen to this one here. Take a listen.
The person that just asked for a plate check a minute ago that said 218 AF.
Yeah, it's a white Chevy pickup truck.
Thank you. If you can get documentation, video, or photos of that plate on that car, we can document. Thank you.
Yes, getting that for you.
Update
now.
on the corner
It's
of
got a
32nd
coexist
and-
sticker.
Update on the corner of 32nd and 15th. This Kia, Massachusetts. Folks are whistling at this. It looks like this is a confirmed ICE vehicle. The men inside appear to be ICE.
Oh my god.
The men inside appear to be ICE, and you can hear the crazy unhinged whistling in the background. The protesters use a quote mutual aid system. I tried to join the mutual aid system for Bloomington. An admin told me that it was a vetted chat for teachers.
Oh my god.
It's a vetted chat for teachers, and that I would need to describe my relationship to a school.
Man, quality leering centers at their best.
Yeah. The part that really ekes me is like how people can look at that, and even that they're like, well, it's not that bad, or they're trying to make it, or whatever. And when it's like, look, let's take the average American worker for a minute. Let's say you make anywhere from like 80 to 120,000 a year, right? And you're killing yourself. You're breaking your back, and 30-40% of your check is taken. And where does it go? Right? Years of your life. Your parents busted their ass their entire lives, maybe got like 5, maybe if they're lucky, 10 years of retirement to live, and for what? So we could just give away all of our shit to foreigners that come in because what? They just deserve it? Like, sorry.
It's freaking mind-boggling, dude.
Yeah, our children deserve that shit, not random fucking people who think they deserve it, that just want to come in. Right?
Yep. Well, I mean, if the frauds are to the tune of millions or billions in the long run, then yeah, absolutely. That's just
and
taking
here's the other
future
thing.
from your children.
Right. Let's just grant them, if we want to be fair, right, in a democratic way, and say, well, you're one dissenting voice. Okay. Well, if you want to be fair, is it fair to then have that money get funneled and sent out of the fucking country to another country to build their country?
Yeah.
You remember the Somalian scam that they were talking about with the TSA agents, that they were, they caught them with like bags of like millions of dollars going across seas and everything like that?
Yep. It's what you have to wonder about a lot of things.
Oh, well, that's why, and debate has its place, right? But so does journalism. So does this type of stream, where we're exposing it. We're showing information. Information is the content, right? Because there it is, right there. There's no arguing it.
Yep.
They literally threatened, what's his name? O'Keefe Media Group.
Yep.
Like, it's right there. There's no debating that.
Right. Well, and it's only growing. The pile of evidence is growing. Shintai, I haven't looked enough into that yet. I usually wait for things to pass before I say what I think about the situation, because I'd like to know as much as possible before I jump to conclusions on anything. But yeah, I'm sure it looks bad. But every action that is taken by ICE is going to be promoted in the worst possible light at this point. So even if you could take the situation that happened, right, and it seems to be that the assailant may have had a weapon, somebody pulled the weapon from him early, yelled gun, and then was fired upon by an ICE officer. Now, it's reasonable to assume that the officer who fired didn't know the gun was removed from the situation. But we don't know that that is the case yet. And so I would rather wait and see what the decision is.
Okay, well, let's take the incidents and combine them, right? And look at it this way. And I feel like this is the part that really upsets a lot of people, but it's the absolute truth. These people should never have been in that position to begin with, right? The one girl's in the middle of the road impeding their path of doing their job.
Yep.
This guy jumps in front of them, and I don't give a shit what any of you lefties say. They don't belong there. They do not belong in front of them, impeding their investigation. It's not right. Right?
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Let's just say, you know what? We're gonna grant them all that, and that's fine. If they escape, who are they going to blame? Right? Because in a regular police stop, if a perp that, let's say you pull someone over and they're stopped and they're like, okay, license and registration, and the perp drives away and hits somebody,
Yep.
right? Or runs somebody over or does something like that. Who do you think they're going to blame for that? They're going to blame the cop for letting him get away.
Yep.
Right? They would blame the ICE agent
Absolutely.
either way.
Absolutely.
Either way, they would blame the ICE agent.
And then on top of that, like, to the chat, you can say what you want and you can believe what you want. But here's the thing. We're seeing these actions being carried out. We saw the guy on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, who was saying they're going to suit up and go out with weapons in order to cause a problem. And then you have this, what we're watching right now with Matt Morris, who's showing the signal communications between huge groups of people in Minneapolis who are tracking ICE agents, taking their license plates, tracking down people, blocking roadways. And then you have people on X who are probably part of these calls who are saying they're going to go out with weapons. So whichever way you want to look at it, this is a concerted effort to obstruct an enforcement agency of the federal government whose task it is to arrest the people on the list that they are given. So
let's steel man this for a minute, right? Because here's what they really don't want to say. The people that are on the other side of this, they're like, oh, we're anti-government, we're anti-fascist. Okay. If I asked any one of them, would you want that state to secede? Do you want to be your own state? What do you think they would say?
at this point, I don't know, because I think there's probably a certain level of them that do.
I think they would say no. I think in reality, they want control of the government. That's what it really is.
Of course they do.
They want, and in that sense, they are hypocritical and full of shit. Because these people, like the ones that were in the Chop Chaz zone, right? You know, when the gangs take over and all that shit, and you have total chaos and anarchy, and I forget the one story, but it was like someone got hurt at some like statue, and they had to call the police from an outside area to come in.
Yep.
Well, you don't get to do that when you just throw all sense of order and law out the window and then cry when you need help. That's not how it works.
Right. Right.
At that point, you're just a fucking whiny bitch baby.
Yep. At that point, you've sacrificed your, like, why? Yeah.
It really depends how you have to get that.
Yeah, listen, we don't care about to all the lefties out there, we're done with your cope and your bullshit, okay? Because what you really need is you need people to buy into your hypocritical crap, and it's not working anymore. So you can take that shit and shove it up your ass, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm just curious if people think "Don't tread on me" is for like, if China invades us tomorrow, are you going to say that "Don't tread on me" works for them too, or is that
Right?
is that how it works?
They're full of shit.
Because
And so they're going to
that's for
speak
the
in
citizen.
generalities. Yeah, they're going to speak in generalities, and we're going to sit here and show you the fucking hardcore evidence that they are full of shit. That's what we're going to do.
I don't want any people getting shot. I don't want any people getting hurt.
Me
I would
neither.
like people to just follow the damn law that has been set forth for immigration, and then not have American citizens come out and cause as much havoc as possible to keep the people who are being paid by those very people to go out and deal with immigration. Like, if people could just calm their shit and
Yeah.
let the system work the way that it's supposed to within the legal boundaries of the system, then we would be fine.
Right. Well, that's the point I was making. They're claiming to be against the man, air quotes, against the government, air quotes, but then they're reliant upon the government. They just want to be in charge. That's the reality of it. They're completely full of shit, and nobody's buying it anymore. So
All right, or keep going.
You a teacher, a principal, a counselor, and then give his real name. So they've got teachers, Minneapolis teachers, members, working in the academic system. Part of this, he wouldn't do that, so he couldn't make it into that
Ridiculous.
group chat. ICE chasers, the operations last all night. The dispatch call is 24/7. These are messages screenshotted at 2 a.m. asking for observers at a location with potential illegals. It's from a vetted chat called Wolfpack. The Wolfpack. They're asking for backup. We need more observers. We need more chasers.
Just going to throw this out there to chat. Is and ought are different things. How it ought to be and how it is aren't the same. So you can make a claim that we would do this or that, but you don't know the person. So you can believe whatever you like. I'm watching to see what's going on. I'm watching the is right now.
The coordinators frequently delete messages to cover their own tracks. This is another layer of security on top of the daily chat refreshes. The message was deleted. I wonder what he posted. Must have been something crazy. Must have been crazy enough to delete. On top of every single day deleting the entire chat log.
Well, it's a good
Here
thing
is an
he's-
admin list and an administrator list for several chats. These generally consist of code names. They're using code names. Loco Tio Dave, the report card, Emu, Motoko, Aguacate. So they're using code names to conceal their identities. And so that's that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I've got something else I want to show you here. Cam Higby went on to post, he said, here is the entire training manual. Listen up here, folks. Now we have the entire training manual.
That as may be, Rude Monk, Mud Crab, but the thing is, I did, in fact, fight for people to have the right to say what they want. I did not fight for them to have the right to obstruct justice at every turn. There is a difference here. I don't mind people protesting at all. I do mind people causing havoc in the streets, doing damage to neighborhoods, to businesses, to people's cars, to people. That's the issue. I'm about done with the shit. And then here we come out. Cam Higby goes and links in and figures out that there's these huge swaths of freaking signal calls with tens of thousands of people setting up, scanning license plates, tracking down ICE vehicles in the pursuit to obstruct justice. And then the protest rallies and the people come out of the protesters and do whatever damage they can.
Do you see the level of cope? Like we're sitting here showing the cold, hard facts, okay? And people are coping so hard. Well,
Not only that, but I
Trump this and Trump that.
not only that, I've made no claims. I'm literally just showing what's being put out. That's it. That's what I'm showing. I didn't even make a claim. But you're in the chat talking shit. I don't know why. All I've said is look at the shit that I'm showing you.
For domestic terrorist patrols that have been chasing ICE agents in Minneapolis. Keep in mind, this is the watered down OPSEC, operational security version. We have a video. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this. So it's all saved in a looks like a Google Drive, a cloud storage. It's just page after page after page of protocol. How to behave, what to do. If this happens, then you should do this. If that happens, you should do that. Step by step by step. How many pages is this? I don't know. This goes on for 26 seconds. How to navigate the group chat. Identifying abductors and vehicles. Chat information. Look at this here. Step by step. Arrive on scene. Look for ICE. Issue a salute for abduction. How to conduct a foot patrol. What to bring. Bring a buddy or two. Bring a fully charged phone and a car charger if you have it. Turn off biometrics. Turn off your biometric detection software on side of your phone so that you can't be this.
Bintai, we're not calling you a lefty, but we are saying that leftist opinions come out when you show things, right? And so like Dirty Dude came in and started making accusations right off the bat without me making any claims, only just showing things and saying this is screwed up. So that's... And then we watched that video of the Antifa guy saying that they're going to take weapons and go down and take action, as well as the image, the text message that was received by O'Keefe Media Group, who was there to report on it, saying that if they're not out of the city within 1 hour and they have their license plate number, they're done for. They'll come for them.
Right.
So
here's
I'm
the
just
thing.
showing people what's going on. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Like we look at them and we say, okay, what's the compromise? This was when they were in charge. Do you want it federally enforced or don't you? Right? Because Texas looked at them and said, we have a problem at Eagle Pass. They're literally Molotoving our border. Remember that? And they were like, no, we're not going to enforce it federally. And so Texas was like, well, it's your job. Right? But then now they get in charge, or we get in charge, and now they're like, no, it's not a federal issue. It's like, okay, well, we're trying to understand where your logic lies. And you are non-consistent in that logic.
The question I would ask Dirty Dude is, yeah, anybody can make a video, but if you can prove the things that are being claimed and the things that are being claimed are what we're watching, then what? Then what? You've already made the claim that ICE is filled with just freaking Proud Boys and Klan members. So at this point, you've already written off all of the immigration enforcement policy of the United States and stated that this is just some guy making a video. So what? No evidence or proof is good enough for you. You just, it's okay. Just go ahead and what?
Well, if you're against the compromise of immigration enforcement that was agreed upon under Article 1, Section 8, then by definition, you are against the law. So you are arguing to be against the law.
You came in real hot, and all I'm doing is showing you information. But you're acting as if I'm like saying we should do things.
Yeah, you didn't do any of that. This is literally the first time you've seen this. So they should know that. This is the first time that you've seen it. This literally came out today. So yeah.
Okay.
This is so that if like their phone gets subpoenaed or something, they have preemptively turned off the biometrics. Wow. These people know what they're doing. And you know what's crazy? They call us brown shirts. These people are out here on the streets saying, ICE, you're a brown shirt. If you voted for Trump, you're a Nazi. Look at this. We have the proof. It's all in front of our face here. This is insane. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've got something else I want to show you here. Other independent investigators have been sifting through these lists of names. You saw that big list of names. Well, some individuals, big name individuals, have already been identified. I want to introduce you to some of them here. A woman named Amanda Kohler, who is a former Tim Walz campaign strategist, has been identified as one of the administrators of this group, a former Tim Walz campaign strategist, working with the Tim Walz administration campaign, is one of the key leaders of this group. Numerous messengers indicate that Tim Walz himself is working directly with the group. So he has not been identified as being in the group himself, but messages from the group have confirmed that he's working with the group regardless. That has been exposed. We also have seen numerous Tim Walz campaign staffers and political operatives linked up with Tim Walz are inside the group. Numerous Minnesota state representatives, like State Representative Alex Falconer and Representative Brad Tabke, Democrats, Minnesota state reps, are in this group. Allegedly. This is all coming out. Independent journalists. Numerous Minneapolis City Council members, allegedly Jason Chavez, is now been reported as being a part of this group. Allegedly. It's all independent journalists are now reporting on this. It's coming out. It's all over Twitter right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, you want to talk about insurrection? This is what insurrection looks like. Because keep in mind, what is the purpose? What are they doing here? This is not a club. It's not a hobby club. Okay, they're not knitting quilts. This group, thousands of people, members of the Minnesota state government, city council, campaign assistants, state representatives, all up and down. And these are just the ones we know about. God knows how many other people that we haven't identified yet. Their purpose here is to undermine, subvert, and hinder legal, lawful, federal law enforcement operations. That is what they are doing, designed to undermine what these federal law enforcement officers are doing. FBI, CBP, ICE, DHS, all of them. They want to stop this. We're talking big time, serious federal crimes. And so right now we've seen President Trump, he has subpoenaed, or the Trump DOJ has subpoenaed Walz and Keith Ellison, Attorney General Keith Ellison, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. We know that there's an ongoing FBI and also DOJ investigation into all of this. We need more subpoenas. I'll tell you what, if we want to really make America great again and seriously put America first, we have got to shut this down.
Okay.
It's wild.
It is wild. So, Dirty Dude, you say that Obama was the deporter in chief, and we didn't hear anything like this. Why do you think that might be?
Obstacles. Okay. Is that the one? Wait. Yes, it's part of it. Yeah.
These people are trying to find reasons to justify what is happening. they are just as guilty. But since I'm just a lefty, I'll bounce. Powder must be connected to this. I'll have to rethink who I support. So here's the issue. I'm not trying to justify anything. This is happening. And I've already said that. This is happening. We're watching what's happening. And I'm showing you what's being said about what's happening. Now, if it is the case that these are legally appointed enforcement officers and they've been given orders to carry out a mission, then if the people on the ground think that it ought not be happening, they should be seeking every legal remedy to stop it, not filling the streets with people and obstructing justice. There is a difference in how you act. Now, protesting is one thing. Like I said, I don't have any problem with people being on the streets protesting. I might think some of them are stupid for it, but it doesn't mean that I don't think they should be able to do it. There's a difference between that and blocking roadways and causing damage. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say that. Like I said, I haven't even made a judgment call on that guy, and I'm not saying that it was a justified or a good shoot. I have no idea. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see what they say. If it was a bad shoot, it was a bad shoot.
Right. Like I made this comment on another channel too, Confluences, but they might have had body cam, right? Like the first one there was a body cam on the first one, I think. Right?
Or a phone, one or the other. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that got hit, and they were saying he didn't get hit.
Yep.
And then they were saying she was in the middle of the road. Then she was in the middle of the road. Then they were saying like 800 other things.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know about the second shooting. So the point is, in any situation where federal enforcement is doing a job and you seek to obstruct, you're going to be detained or arrested. If you try to evade arrest and you do damage or attack whilst that is happening, you're probably going to get shot. And we know this. Like, the same is true for police officers and arrests. And I'm not saying that it's a good thing people get shot. I don't like it. I don't think it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like the temperature's getting turned down on the streets. It's only getting worse. And if you're sent to a destination to do a mission, and the entirety of that entire area is trying to shove you around, distract you, you've got honking cars, whistles, loudspeakers, people screaming, people spitting, people throwing stuff at you, then they're pushing them to get reactions and actions out of them.
When attacking an enemy, skill 1, notified. Oh shit. That sucks. Notify the tree when the tree will be left. Even if healed and increase the cooldown time of the enemy dodging by 50%. Oh fuck. That's not good.
I don't want any loss of life, and I think this is a shite situation that we're in. But to act like I've justified everything is ridiculous. I'm watching the events like you are, all of you.
Right, and we're very consistent in our view, right? We want to understand what your standard is, but you don't have one. You have a non-consistent standard. That's why I brought up the previous administration versus this one, because when you're in charge, you're saying, we're not going to enforce it, and we're the federal government, and now we're for federal, the federal side of it. It's just we're not going to enforce it. But then when now we're in charge, you're saying no, the federal, federal enforcement doesn't exist, right? You forced Texas to take migrants when you were in charge, but now you're like, screw you. We don't want to. We don't want to abide by the same standard.
The point is, I'm just trying to show people what's going on because the shit's screwed up, and it's obvious now, after yesterday, today, whatever you want to call it, that this is a concerted effort to cause issues on the streets against ICE enforcement. And you could say, well, there was other presidents that did more or did equal, but they didn't have to do this. Sure. Or you just didn't know they were doing it because it didn't get shown. Those are your options. There was lots of stuff like this going on, and you didn't see it because the left doesn't go against itself and the right doesn't riot and protest as much as the left. So, and at that point, even if that was the case, the right wanted illegals out, and the left isn't going to protest itself generally. So,
well, we have an answer for the why, right? Why all that changed, because they realized at a certain point, right? Probably around, people are speculating now, but probably around the middle of Obama's term, they realized that they were losing ground, and so they had to import a new victim class. That's what really happened. Because what you have now, and Pew Research shows this, you know, the dark-skinned American male is voting largely in favor of the Republican, and even the females are starting to sway that way as well. So, and they refuse to change and adapt to this new, the changing in the economy and everything like that. I mean, we see the examples what's happening with Europe, with the tech industry and everything like that. They can't control it in the way they want to, so they have to LARP and change things, right? The Democrats, they don't build things, right? Their idea of what economics are simply, a socialist agenda that pulls from an entire tax pool and says, we're just going to tax, right? But the problem with that on a large scale is it has to come from somewhere that rebuilds it upon itself, and they don't have an answer for that. That's their main problem.
it's not as if you can group everything into one thing either. Like,
tourism, give me a break. You kidding me?
pretty sure tourism's been down since the events of 2019, and there's been issues ever since from that. Now, you could say in the last few weeks, maybe tourism is down because of ICE raids, but even then, maybe that's wise on our part. I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. But again, even if I said I'll watch till the end and see what's going on with all of this, or something could be done, what could you do? I'm a guy sitting on YouTube in a rural part of the country, away from everything and everyone. I'm just reporting on stuff happening and saying that, yeah, we shouldn't have riots. Yeah, people shouldn't be getting shot. Yeah, we shouldn't have illegals coming in a whole bunch. Yes, they need deported. Dirty Dude, you live in the U.S.?
Oh, what's up? That would be that tracksuit. These are really switches. So your missions, by the way. I think I did see that.
It's not about red or blue shirts. It's really not for me at all.
I don't think he has the
People are fired upon by law enforcement for resisting arrest or attacking the officer or hitting the officer or drawing on the officer in cases often enough that like I said, I'm still not going to make a justification. I'm not going to make a call on the second shooting because I'm going to wait to hear if it's deemed a good shoot or not and then go over everything. But until then, I don't even know the exact details of everything.
And if anyone wants to join this group, we definitely could.
Again, I just said I don't know enough to even make a call. I wasn't there. All I have is secondhand information. I'm not about to jump out there and say I think this was a good thing. And no, I don't know. I wasn't there. I have no firsthand or even secondhand information on it. I would have to look and see. And even then, I'm still looking at stuff from across in a completely different part of the country at events that I wasn't there for. I don't know enough. I literally haven't even watched the footage or the clips or read the media about it. I'm not going to on the spot make a call on something I haven't even looked into. I did, however, say I don't want people getting shot. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's right. People shouldn't be getting shot over these things.
Oh my god, it's amazing. Wait, what is it? And he's not out yet, right?
Yeah, it's interesting too how you know these people care so much about this guy that was obstructing, right? And I'm glad I'm seeing a lot more videos coming out right now about the victims of migrant crime, right? A 12-year-old kid in Chicago that got ran over by a migrant with no ID, right? The incident that, and I'm not linking this to migrant crime, but from what I've seen, right, there's no, on the crime statistics reports, there's no box for migrant crime. And I think that's for a reason, I'm learning. But some lady in Atlanta had acid dumped on her, randomly jogging. Like, this is the wild shit that I'm like, how are you ignoring this? You care so much, apparently, but not about these other people, right? The one that was kept in a barrel outside of this migrant guy's where he was staying.
It's pretty terrible.
He kept the body in a barrel in the backyard. They don't care. They don't care.
I want those.
It's just it's fucked every which way, man.
Yeah.
What, you have an idea? You're getting stuck on a rock? Come on. Grab it.
Like,
Okay, I'll grab it.
tired of all of it, to be fair.
Their faces are funny. Don't. Don't.
Well, that's part of the issue, Rude. How do you know which ones are fence jumpers and which ones are not? And even at that point, I know that there are lists of those with convictions or cases against them as standing cases that they're going after too. I'm not saying that's all the people they're going after, but regardless, they do that. So like,
Yeah, they're focused on that. It's funny to me how they're like, well, they should be focusing on not going after citizens. What evidence do you have for that claim? Right?
well, I know that
It's
people brought
wild.
up a few cases, but the issue that I have is like, we are not there. We're not in the ICE unit, so we don't have that. We're not in the courtroom where they're deciding things. We're not on the street where the people are having it happen. And yet everybody wants to have a really set opinion on all these things, even though they have no idea what's actually happening. They don't know which documentation is present for these things. Like, everybody online just wants to make a bunch of claims about who's being arrested and who isn't, why they're doing it and why they're not doing it, who's in the units, like all these things. And it's like, well, show me then. Show me that there's not any justification for the arrests that they're making. Show me that the people they're arresting don't have any criminality and there's been nothing done wrong. Like, you want to come in and say, oh, you're saying this is totally okay. No, one, I didn't say it's totally okay. It is if it's a justified arrest. So at that point, you would have to show me it's not a justified arrest.
Okay, I'll do it. And they didn't knock him down that time.
And if freaking ICE is a legal federal law enforcement agency, and they've been given orders by the federal government to carry out these arrests, what do you want them to do?
Yeah. Burden of proof is on the accuser, 100%. So it's on you for making a claim to show evidence for the claim. You can't just say it and then be like,
wait,
now show me your evidence.
Rude cunt crab, if it is literally the stated mission of this law enforcement agency to arrest and detain illegal immigrants and send them back to their country, and they're saying that's what they're doing, then what? Like, you want them to release documentation for every single arrest? You want them to what? You say it all comes down to decency, but you came in hot, acting like I'm a bad guy, saying bad things, standing for bad things. Like slinging mud. And then you say, you hope that when we see what this is all a setup for, you'll be around to see. Like, curious. Very curious.
We investigated ourselves and found there was no wrong. Okay, is that what happened on the January 6th committee? Where no Republicans were allowed? Is that what you want to go there? I don't think you want to go there.
About that. Oh my goodness.
That's my point. My point is everybody's getting media from somewhere and then thinking that they have the corner on the truth. I'm not claiming to have the corner on the truth. I'm literally showing you what is coming out about the situations that are happening.
Right. We just saw the evidence very clear. Very clear. They're obstructing. 8 USC 1505, very clear. That's obstruction. Intent, very clear.
Like, I don't know what you want me to say. Information has come out that they have live tracking of the ICE vehicles in the city. They have private calls through Signal where they track every part of the city so that they can make sure they set up and block and obstruct, that the government, uh, the officials in the government, some of them are a part of it. I showed another creator's channel who got access to a different YouTuber's channel who's in the area what left-wing propaganda. I'm not left-wing, so why would I show left-wing propaganda? And I'm not looking at like propaganda. I'm just looking at what's coming out from people that I already watch.
Do you see what happens when you say prove your claim? You see that? That's one of the things I'm learning recently when you're dealing with these people. And I'm not trying to, jump into your side of it, Abe, or I'm not trying to project what you're thinking. From my point of view, I think this is hilarious how they come in, make claims, and they don't have to prove them. But then when we do, they're like, show us your homework. I'm like, fuck you. Show me your homework.
It's wild to like get on and be like, hey, this whole situation really sucks. Look at what just came out. This guy's in a signal call. The signal call showing that there's collusion to obstruct justice. And they're like, well, do you show the other side's propaganda? And I'm like, this signal call is going to get sent to the Justice Department, probably, and then they're going to investigate. I don't know if that's propaganda, but it's evidence. Yo, Brandon, welcome in.
Yeah,
I don't.
That's why one of the things, yeah, I mean, a few of us are hyper focusing on the information rather than the arguments, which you could clearly see what triggers them more. There's a few spurgs when it comes to the debates, but when you actually have evidence that they're full of shit, you can see what happens.
That guy's strong.
It's funny because I'm not trying to make claims of any kind. Like,
Yeah,
even with the shootings, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that was literally the first time you've seen that video.
Yeah, I
and
don't
they're
know.
like, Abe, you're a dick.
I'm half waiting for Dingus to finish his stream, and so I'm just kind of like getting some rain while I can.
Well, that one guy like comes in like hot as shit. He's gonna tell me that like I'm horrible and I bow my knee to whatever Trump wants, which is absolutely not the case. But great. And then because I'm watching Matt's synopsis on the information that's come out through the signal chats, I'm somehow okay with all the stuff going on, and it's like, excuse me? No, I'd like all the rioting to stop, please.
And then E-A. I'll go because Chopper.
Yeah, well, from my purview, we were forced into this position we're in. Whether they like it or not, we have to enforce the law, right? If they don't like it, then they should do it the right way instead of breaking the law. It's that simple. There's a way to fix it to get things the way that they want. But unfortunately, even with the cheating, they lost the election. They can cope all they want. They fucking lost. This is, by their own definition, the democratic outcome, right?
You're just gonna make a wall of money? Stupid.
Like, I don't know, man. This is you, Rude. I get what you're saying, but like at the same time, I only have access to what I have access to, And I didn't show anything that's specifically like the things I've shown. I showed a leftist's X page where he's saying things. I showed a screenshot of an O'Keefe Media Group phone that received a text when they entered the area. And I showed Matt's page where he was sent information about the signal calls.
I jumped out. You stupid.
Is there some lefty out there that's telling us that those signal calls are not what they're saying it is, and it's actually the school signal page that they're saying it is? Because like I don't you have to think, if you live here, right, in the US, a sanctuary city by its definition is already not consistent with the way that our country functions. So first of all, declaring that is already breaking with the tradition and the way that things work between the federal and state governments. And then you have ICE entering into the cities, and those people on that signal call literally contacted the police, and the police told those people ICE has jurisdiction. Only contact them if there's a threat to public safety. So the police literally told those people that ICE has jurisdiction, and then the people are still going out trying to stop them.
I laughed at that part because that's the part that the left-wing media, and yes, we've watched it, CNN, whatever, they're coke, they're full of shit. They will ignore that end of it. They will not admit that ICE is justified going into a sanctuary city to deport them under federal law. That's they will not admit it on any of the channels, but it absolutely is.
That's the other half. If I go and I watch the left-leaning media, they're gonna literally say that ICE are secret police who are unmarked with unmarked cars, and nobody knows who they are, and they just jump out of vans and snatch people off the street. So, and then you have the PD in the area saying that ICE has jurisdiction and that they're carrying out their missions. So like, and then when we watch the footage, the ICE agents are all wearing flak jackets or bulletproof vests that say police ICE on them. They're in vehicles with their lights on.
Oh my God, it's wild. The coke.
So like, you can make the claim that we don't watch anything, but everything I see from the left is just saying that they're acting as secret police when it's clear that they're not from everything I'm seeing. And then we get this information about signal calls in private. Do you know?
Ooh, I went too early, bro. That sucks.
What a wild night, you guys. This is...
What's up, Vanta?
You want to come up, Vanta? You can come up. Don't be breaking TOS on my channel, though. I'll slap you. You'll get grounded like Emmett.
You know, I watched that clip of you. One with paying for an Emmett.
Yeah. It's so good.
Oh my God. I was dying.
Okay, if I let you guys up, you gotta behave. No being too crazy tonight. Isaiah, welcome in.
Sorry, it was easier to give a response.
Sure.
It was to a comment there. Either way, it's the
Oh,
the defund the policers, right? That fuck the
welcome
police,
in,
fuck the
Neurons.
government, blah 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 blah, whatever, right? Are sitting there trying to prop up, well, number one, the Minnesota Police Department in government, because they're all, fuck Trump, fuck ICE, blah blah blah
Yeah.
blah blah. We're gonna support our local government now, blah 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 blah. Like, what? How many ways do you want it, right? This is not McDonald's, Burger King. You can't have it your way all the time, guys. All right, Jesus Christ.
All right, Isaiah, give me just 1 second. Welcome in, Nor Raiders. I appreciate you, Norons. Thank you, Rob, for the raid. We just got done watching. I keep forgetting Matt's last name. What's that video?
Matt Morse.
Matt Morse video on the Signal groups that have been set up in Minnesota that have been uncovered, and how they are tracking ICE vehicles, reading their plates, following them, setting up basically roadblocks. And we watched an X video about Antifa arming up and going into the streets on purpose. So this has been what we've been going over this evening. The fact that leftists in Minnesota have a underground communication center to obstruct ICE all over Minnesota.
Can we show them the O'Keefe thing?
Yep, we can do that
for our new raiders.
Yeah, I will show them for sure.
Quick side note question, because I really haven't looked or tried to. What is, I mean, Jesse Ventura being the former governor of Minnesota, what has he said about all this?
Well,
If anybody knows.
I watched some videos on Ventura, and he's a classical liberal. He would not approve of any of this shit. I remember a while back he got pissed because of the TSA rule changes, and he that's what caused him to change to run for government to begin with.
Shit, he
I'll
was
let Abe read this real
his
quick.
Conspiracy and History Channel. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
So this is a text message sent to somebody from the O'Keefe Media Group when they entered Minnesota. It says, "We know you're in Minnesota. You're with O'Keefe and his crew of Nazis. You're in a white Ford license plate. It's blacked out from Florida. You have 1 hour to leave or you're dead."
Huh. That's very welcoming and very open-minded.
Right? Very inviting, right?
Hey.
Who was the one dude who just the one journalist? I know he is more right-leaning. I forgot who. They literally stole his fucking camera from him. And then the police were like, all right, he called the cops. They're like, all right, well, we can't really do anything, and you should vacate the area.
The one in the car, or the guy that got poked in the neck?
In the car.
The car. Okay, I'm trying to remember which one that was.
Yeah, he's another, more conservative voice, more conservative, but
welcome, Vanta.
Still, it shouldn't matter your denomination.
Hello, good morning from the UK. Hello. Yeah, hello.
Hello, Vanta. What do you think, Vanta?
I'm sorry, sir. I just restarted my router, so I missed the whole conversation. My apologies.
You're grounded.
Oh my god. I'll stay quiet.
Give us your generalization of how you think about the United States in a nutshell.
No, Vanta. I'll explain it real quick, and for the new raiders. So we watched a video for about 10-15 minutes that showed that there's an underground network of leftists that we now have evidence of them having a group text and calculated obstruction movement to dox ICE, and also their local government leaders are involved.
Mm-hmm.
And they're tracking ICE vehicles. They have a license plate reader, so they can literally put in the license plate number, know what vehicle, if it's an ICE vehicle or not.
so they can track them across the city.
It's not even ICE. It's just government vehicles. Because that's how they broke into the FBI agent's vehicle last week. And, like,
I saw that
gutted
video.
shit.
Yeah, I saw that video. I mean, real quick, I won't be long-winded, but yes, it's been a long time coming, and they've been allowed to do this because they've been state sanctioned to act a fool by Democrats and leftists and all that. So,
Indeed.
yes. And with
Can I
that,
ask
I'll
a
stay
question?
quiet.
Well, I want to ask a question of Vanta while we got him here, since he's from the UK.
Yes, sir.
What's the new update on the UK protesters, the farmers?
And so far, they're winning, bro. They're winning. They're winning so far. So far, so good. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
that's
yeah,
good.
because Labour, especially our quote unquote Prime Minister Keir Starmer, he's hated by the whole country. We hate Labour. We hate our Prime Minister. We hate the current structure. And my only worry is that whatever is happening in Minnesota might inspire that kind of bullshit to the UK. So
Thank you,
please,
Kokomo.
America, shut that shit down quick. But yeah, super chat, my bad. Go on.
Oh
You're
wait,
good.
I was gonna say that happened in UK. No, never mind. Sorry, I'm thinking of Canada and
Well,
there was a
here's
European
a
country that they had the farmer protested too. I forgot which one.
Germany.
Sorry. Germany, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the reason
No,
why
it's
I'm
not all
asking you this because so this is a the socialist like EU, right? And that's why I pointed out. So because the farmers of the UK, basically for the people in chat that haven't seen it, what happened was they were taking the land value
Thank
of
you again,
the
Kokomo.
farmers' entire land, and they were taxing them per month on the value of their land on top of their profits, right?
Yep.
Isn't that what happened, Vanta?
Yes, it did.
So
And
like property
oh, I'm
tax
sorry.
and income tax.
No,
No,
there's a
sorry,
lot
you're
of
good, you're good.
there was a lot of property tax, land tax, inheritance. By the way, which is I feel that's disgusting. Like, imagine you pass away and you want to leave your farm, your legacy to your children, and they get taxed on that. Like, that's disgusting.
Oh, yeah. Ours could go what as high
Inheritance.
as 60% inheritance tax.
Mm-hmm.
In some cases, for us in the States, it's 60%.
Jesus Christ. Oof.
So, and for some people in the chat might be like, well, that's normalized in a lot of places, but
That's not
this
normal.
is different. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
this is different for the UK because it was like an example of this would be, let's say your profit was like 30K, right?
Mhm.
So you're getting taxed
Oh,
on the 30K profit, and you're getting taxed on your land value, and not like in the US how we have property tax. This is different. This is like
Mr.
it's very
Mister.
different.
Separate. It's a separate tax.
Yeah, Mister, real talk. No, he's right. Mister's right. So basically, people think, oh yeah, you own a farm, quote unquote, you're a millionaire on paper, but a lot of these guys are losing money every single year. They're in the red. They're not in black. They're in the red the whole time, and they're getting taxed, property, land, all that with inheritance. There's a reason why farmers just crashed out. Like, you know what, enough is enough.
Yeah.
But yeah,
States do have a lot of that though, right? That's why you see
If you send it to me, I will not men.
China's the leader in agricultural farmland in the United States, next
Okay.
to the Bill Gates Foundation.
I got to play a quick
And-
commercial for our chat. You ready?
Yep.
Mitt is so great because he's really good to slap around. He's so grounded, and it makes it really fun to kick him because he can't go anywhere so long as he's grounded. He's like so grounded, he's got his legs stuck in the ground, so he can be slapped or kicked no matter what, and he goes nowhere. He just stays put. Like, perfect for being a punching bag. I mean, have you ever had a punching bag, you hit it, and it just goes flying off into the middle of nowhere? Yeah, that sucks, okay? Because then you have to fetch the bag. You don't want to fetch the bag. You want something you can hit repeatedly, and it just stays put. That's Emmett. Emmett is the bag that stays put and you can just keep hitting.
Sorry. Oh my gosh.
Emmett's the best.
He is.
Oh my god. We had a good time in his channel yesterday.
Yes. I'm going to clear this up for everybody. When I tell Emmett he's grounded, it's because Emmett is based, okay? The reason I say Emmett's grounded is because he's down to earth and he's pretty badass. But I put it into that format because it's freaking hilarious. And he does take a beating everywhere he goes. To be fair, he makes arguments and everybody takes it personal and attacks his character rather than attacking his argument.
Yeah. Abe.
Just throwing it out there.
I'll be honest with you, Abraham Lincoln, real quick. Emmett said, "I can't sing on karaoke for Saturday," because I was on a panel with him, and the whole panel, to be fair with you, he was getting clowned. Even though I'm the clown, yeah, on panel. But he's like, Xanta, no more forced karaoke for you for one Saturday. I'm like, okay, I'll take the L.
Damn.
I bet Emmett took it like a boss, though.
Sounds like you got
The
grounded.
boss he is.
No, yes, I am currently grounded on Emmett's panel. Yeah, I am grounded.
Okay.
Wait,
now,
I hear a giggle in the back. I don't know who's giggling, but yes.
yeah, that's my wife, I think. You probably heard her through my mic.
Salute your lady, sir.
What the shit is happening right now on my computer? Hold on a second. Okay. Jeez. My computer's opening all kinds of weird shit. What's going on here? I have to play something for you guys, but I'm a boomer, okay? Let's just be honest about the whole situation.
You're a boomer. I mean, you're from the 1800s, sir. You're from the 1800s, so yeah.
I'm a boomer's boomer, okay?
Shit.
I'm a boomer's boomer, okay? Okay, there. I'm getting it ready. I gotta play a tribute. This is just a tribute. You gotta believe. Sorry.
That was funny.
So who's grounded on Emmett's next fucking karaoke night?
All right, here we
Yeah,
go.
no karaoke for me and you, Abe. No karaoke for us.
This is for the chatters. Chat, this is for you.
Who rules the waves when the black flags fly? The Nora runs, let the cowards cry. From iron-bound decks to the storm-split foam, they carve their names where the wild winds roam. Brain sharp as blades, fists hard as stone. Every sea they sail, they claim as their own. Oh, the Norans rise, hear the ocean roar. Based as fuck, we're back for more. Smart and savage, tough as nails. No one stands when the Norans sail. Kings can beg and tyrants shout. The Norans laugh and shut them out. No chains hold fast, no threats take root. They don't take shit, never have, that's truth. Oh, the Norans rise, stealing our grin. Best damn crew that's ever been. Mind and muscle, bone and gale. Clear the way, the Norans sail. Let the weak men talk, let the liars scheme. The Norans move like a waking dream. If you bar the road or block the tide, you'll learn real fast to step aside. Who's the best crew in all the land? The Norans.
That was awesome. That was to you, Neurons.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
just want to
lie.
make a quick.
I'm gonna lie. That song was fire. I don't know why. That shit worked. That was amazing. That was amazing.
I want to make a quick comment about Rob's work. Like, the best video I ever seen him do was he was doing a journalism piece about the media, and I wish I had fucking saved it. So if anyone can find it, please send it to me. But it was about this meeting they had. I think it was either in DC or some left-wing media conglomerate, but they were coaching each other in this school circle type of way about what misinformation and disinformation is. And so what they would do is they would hold up a card and it would say, like, Trump is this, and then they'd be like, okay, misinformation or disinformation, and then they would the people in the room would hold up this card that said, like, disinformation. They'd be like, no, and they'd be like, well, Trump is fascist, and they'd be like, fact or whatever. It was like crazy. Yeah, but that
I saw one about a math teacher too.
I wish I had that video. I wish I had that saved.
It's scary, the thought of how they interpret, like, Antifa and being anti-fascist, which is again that force of the forced belief that agrees, like,
Well,
and how they don't see that
yeah,
through daily
it's
fucking life. Like, how do you not understand it?
it's freaking indoctrination, dude. And it happens every which way, but like, it's gotten out of control.
I get it. Like, Trump's not my fucking lord and fucking savior, right? Like, or not even say it.
No.
No politician is my fucking lord. No politician is Jesus or God or whatever you believe in, whatever you want.
Yeah.
But
No.
you have to understand, though, like, you were being taught to literally be everything you say you're standing against in all forms of the way, right? And especially, you know what? Actually, give him the credit, because to be fair, a lot of the people arguing, protesting against a lot of the shit happening right now hate America. So, yeah, them hating the Constitution, yeah, it's kind of fair, to be honest. I mean, they already hate it, so
Yes, I'm for Trump. But yeah.
very, very anti anything American, because so therefore the anti-constitutional belief, but at the same point they're exercising their constitutional values by being able to even say what the fuck they're saying about people, and got away with it for so many fucking years. Let alone what presidency have so many just openly outspoken, right? Like, look at Congress people, state representatives, blah 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 blah, whatever the fuck. Openly saying what the fuck they're saying about the leader of the free fucking world right now. That has never happened in fucking history. It has never fucking happened. They are so disrespectful. Absolutely, jump in.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut in,
Dude, go.
But real quick, I want to say, Trump is loved across the globe, except he's hated by inside. Americans hate Trump. The world loves Trump, but Americans hate Trump.
I disagree.
You disagree?
I think 90% geographically voted for him. He won the popular vote. Whether people want to cope on that or not,
I think. Wait, are we in agreement, Mister? Because I said that globally, they love Trump.
Mm-hmm.
It's the internal. It's the internal that hates Trump. It's America that hates Trump internally.
Yeah. Well, I would say
Yeah.
America doesn't hate Trump. They made him the president.
No. See, no. I don't mean as in voting. I mean the energy that we're seeing from outside. It feels like, I mean, to be fair with you, it's like you guys. What's your option? Kamala Harris. God damn it.
Kamala or the fucking geriatric patient.
and again, 2016, Hillary or Trump. You know what? That, by the way, that vote was the killer.
Are we not, man? Welcome.
Yeah. Abe, imagine if Hillary was president.
No, I don't even want to imagine that.
Openly sold our nation out multiple fucking times.
Not only sold, but deleted your own people too in Benghazi. Deleted.
Wow.
Exactly. That's one of them.
So much more. Like
exactly one of the times. Benghazi, huge example of it.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck her. Let me
or we
put
could
this
talk
all
about
on my
Haiti.
Let me put this all
like,
on
I don't know.
age.
Oh, Haiti. Oh, you want to go?
like all of it.
The Benghazi incident to me. Yeah, bullshit.
Like you can
sorry,
talk.
I said Mr. My bad. Isaiah. I
People
apologize.
can
I
talk
thought it was
crap.
Yeah.
But like, there's worse. Trust me, way worse.
There is.
And they almost, or they pushed to get into office. So I don't know.
Yeah, to have fucking Tim Walz be VP right now.
As a Somalian, I would like to say Tim Walz, Minnesota needs to be. I have to be careful. I have to be very, very careful.
There's no careful. Fuck that.
Can I use the word glassed?
Glassed.
Yeah.
Should be glassed.
Can I say Minnesota deserves to be glassed?
I imagine you can. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what glass means, right? You know what glass means, right? Yeah,
Trust me, I do.
Okay, very good. Do you agree?
I don't know. I think like Sodom and Gomorrah, they should make sure there isn't any righteous people in the city first. Okay, that's all.
Do you think they need to be turned into salt?
Pillars of salt?
Yeah.
No, because Ohio's known for salt. We have all the salt.
It's just
No. I said Minnesota, and then Maine is after Minnesota and Maine.
exactly, Emmett. It's when you apply heat to sand, you get glass.
You get glass.
We're just talking about a large scale heating of sand.
It's science.
I think
yeah.
California first.
No, it's just the whole situation's screwed. Like I can't even believe that signal chat exists. That's so wild. And then for it to get exposed in this manner, there should be like massive amounts of referrals and arrests happening now.
Should we show them like the first 2 minutes? Because I don't think they saw it.
We can.
Yeah, let's. We don't have to do the full 15. Let's just show them the first like 2 or 3 minutes, so that the Raiders get a grasp of what's happening.
Good morning, Ferrer.
Sounds good.
Wait, do I still have the clip? Actually, I gotta pull it back up, I think.
And at that point, though, right, extreme government corruption in your state is being fucking dug up. And all of a sudden, you're against the federal government. How are you so blind to see the connection?
No, I agree, Isaiah.
Let's rebel because...
No, I don't think it's blindness, buddy. I think it's a willful ignorance.
Yes.
Well, we saw what'll happen with Virginia, right? What'll happen if they take power, because they're trying to outlaw mandatory sentences for grape. I mean, think about how wild that is.
That's disgusting. It is fucking disgusting.
It's good to see you, Ferrer. Okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to play the first little bit of this again. I know that some of you have already seen it with me, but we have a lot of new Raiders. So I'm going to play the first little bit of this so you guys can see what we're talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, independent journalist by the name of Cam Higbee has just, I kid you not, infiltrated a left-wing Signal group chat, private group chat, in which members of the far left in the Minneapolis area have been tracking, monitoring, and obstructing federal law enforcement operations during their ongoing deportations. And the amount of information that has just been exposed by nature of infiltrating this far left Signal chat is frankly absolutely astounding. These far left radicals are, one, very organized. It's going to blow your socks off. And two, there's a lot of them. Hundreds, perhaps even thousands. And it's not just random people. It's not just paid protesters, agitators. They are in there. We have the names, but it's also senior ranking members of the Minnesota state government, members of the progressive left. We're going to talk about that also. That's right. They all got exposed. And by the way, right now, this is pretty much the biggest news story in the entire nation. Elon Musk himself earlier this morning has been working overtime to help shine a light on all of this information. And numerous members of the Trump administration itself are now digging into all of this information right now as well. So today, what we're going to do, folks, is go over all of this information. We are doing an investigative deep dive. So bear with me, everybody. Put on your seatbelt to really get a better understanding of what is going on here. Now, like I said, this is independent journalist Cam Higbee. He infiltrated the Signal chat. Take a look at this. He says, I have infiltrated organizational Signal chat groups all around Minneapolis who have the sole intention of tracking down federal agents and impeding, assaulting, and obstructing federal law enforcement officers. Buckle up. All of this is going to be revealed. Each area of the city has a Signal or several Signal chats. Let's start with a screen recording of all the members of the South Side group chat to kick things off. Take a look at this. Put this up on the big screen. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the names. And this goes on for 30 seconds. Look at this. People are using their real names, first name, oftentimes first name, last name. And now we've got more investigative journalists digging into this, saying, wait a minute, I know that guy. Wait a minute, that guy works here. That guy, this is that guy. He works in the school board. He's a part of city council, whatever, etc. It just goes on and on. There's hundreds, perhaps thousands of them. And this is just one Signal chat for one part of the city.
Wild.
Oh my
This
God,
is only
he was
one
there
neighborhood of
carrying
the
a
city.
firearm.
Cam Higbee goes on. I have been undercover inside of these group chats for days. You're going to notice emojis next to the people's names. Here's a key for what those emojis mean. The highlighted positions are the most crucial. Most are self-explanatory. Mobile patrols spend their entire shift searching for suspicious ICE vehicles. When they find one, they send it to the group chat so that the plate checkers can compare with their database and see if it's a known federal vehicle or if the patrol can make the confirmation that the database can be updated. So this is shocking. Ladies and gentlemen, what this means is that people inside of these far left groups, in these Signal group chats, some of them are working inside the government because they have access to license plate databases. Because it begs the question, how exactly are they checking the license plates? They have access to the license plate databases. A random person can't do that. I can't go check some license plate database. They're in the government. They are in the government. Dispatch runs a maxed out call all day telling protesters where exactly ICE has been spotted and how they can best be impeded. Here's a photo.
This is so
Unvetted
wild.
chat. While on a shift, please put emoji in front of your Signal name so we know your role and location. Mobile patrol, stationary patrol, foot patrol, dispatch, hyperlocal group messenger, school/transport safety spotters, license plate checker, medic, aftercare provider. They all have special roles, special functions. All right, guys, I'm patrolling on foot. Well, I'm in my car driving around. This is insane, and now the lid has been blown off. It goes on. For each occupation or shift position, protesters have to undergo training. It's unclear what that training entails, other than numerous slides of instructions. I've seen it mentioned repeatedly. Who is paying for all of this? They have, almost looks like a training. They've got almost like a PDF or a PowerPoint presentation that you've got to work through to go through your training. And they're all talking about their training here. Now, by the way, I actually have some of the training material. I'm going to show you. I was able to find this on my own. I'll show you what that looks like here in a minute, but hold that thought. Cam Higby goes on to say, excuse me, each chat for a specific part of the city has smaller districts broken up within it called, quote, patrol zones, which guide the...
So, to the chat, we watched through this whole thing. It just gets worse. Like, more and more and more information through these, including people driving around as vehicle patrols, calling out what vehicles to read the plates from back to their dispatch people. And they go and scan the plates, the numbers, and then send back to, or speak back to them if it is or isn't a vehicle. And then they mark it down at their home base that is a vehicle, and to keep a watch on it and to keep them from making the arrest they're supposed to make. So this is all full-scale operation.
I have a lot to say, but if anyone wants to go first ahead of me, because I have a lot to say, I'm going to crash out.
Everybody wants to talk about overarching government involvement and monitoring and spying and monitoring our data. Talk about that being a fucking thing. They're just giving off random fucking license plates for somebody in the government to fucking track that fucking license plate, identify you without due cause or process to have your tags fucking run, right? And that, I mean, talk about some fucking Gestapo shit in papers, but either way.
All right, can I say one thing real quick? God damn it! Listening to all that, how come white Americans are quick to call out their own, but then
white guilt
they don't wait. Is somebody snoring? What the fuck? Who's sleeping? All I heard was anyways, Abe and people on YouTube. How come you don't check the WhatsApp between the Somalis doing the fraud in Minnesota, which it can be easily done?
I don't know. This information only came out because Cam Higby got into the groups somehow and exposed it.
Again, it's easy to attack white liberals, but how come there's none of this with the Somalis doing the fraud?
Wait, Vanta.
Well,
I got an answer to your question. See, because unlike the hypocritical left that claim we're the fascists, right? We follow something called the law, which implies that we have to follow certain procedures to get the evidence to prosecute, which is the reason why it takes a while. So as much as they want to call us fascists, which they're full of shit, we are absolutely not. Okay, so it's being done.
I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking the right.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. You're wondering why the arrests haven't happened at a certain rate, and that's a fair critique. And I'm saying they are happening, but it's taking a while because we have to go through the procedures, even though that is totally antithetical to what real fascism is. Shout out to Andrew Wilson, who was arguing about that tonight. By the way, it was a fantastic stream.
Yeah, salute. But, could I say, isn't that your weapon is your own weakness? Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Because you like order, which by the way I like order too, but these insane people are so chaotic that even they're using your weapon against you. They're using your goddamn weapon against you, sir.
Yeah. I mean, that is absolutely true. Yes, we are the recipients of the weapon created. I mean, it's not that it's our weapon. Well, I mean, it is. But
your constitution.
we follow the Constitution though. We live well. All right, I live by the Constitution, right? Constitution is the supreme law of the land, right? Follow the fucking Constitution and what it has set forth for how we need to practice fucking existence in America, right? As much as it is the weapon created against us and the weapon that withholds us, right?
Yep.
They don't abide by it, right? But they will absolutely throw it in our face as soon as we fuck up. So it's the chains that bind. It's the we need the rules for thee, not for we, right?
Yeah.
We follow the rules, them being the thee, or well, I guess us being the thee.
But sir, wait, is somebody sleeping? What is that noise? I apologize. Like I heard
Ladies, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
I think I've got to take off. I'm going to raid this off.
There you go.
I'm going to raid it to Elder Lion's channel, but thank you for being here. I'm glad we got to cover this for everyone. Because
that was great.
It's a big freaking deal. I would harp on you guys making sure that other channels pay attention to it as well, because I think this is going to blow up now that it's been revealed. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Do any of you have any shout-outs or anything you'd like to say before I send this off?
I would like to go first as a Brit.
Okay.
America, please. I'm sorry, I have to say that. America, please fix your situation, because this is going to inspire these goofy ass Europeans and British people to act the fool too. So yeah, shut it down as quickly as possible. But yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for having me on, Abe. Thank you very much.
Isaiah?
Appreciate you having me up here again. Good to see everybody. Also, fight fascism at every step, and understand what fascism actually is.
Fair. Mister.
Yeah, thanks for everyone for participating, and remember, Jesus is king. And be safe out there with the weather and everything. It's pretty crazy.
Hell yeah. Be safe out there in that storm. And God bless you all. I'm going to send you off now, but I'm sure you'll probably see me tomorrow or the next day. I'm not sure which yet, but I'll be around. God bless, and good night.
Good night.